1-2. On the ground up the middle, Jimenez, glove, steps on second one, throw to first for an inning-ending double play, and with one pitch, Max Scherzer gets out of the jam. No runs, no hits, one left, no score after an inning, but now he's into the wind in his 0-1. Naylor launches, center field in deep, Varsho looking up at the fence on the warning track, he leaps, did he get it? No, it is gone. Home run for the Canadian Josh Naylor. An elevated change lifted out to straightaway center of the Mariners. Strike first, they lead 1-0. First base is open, but you'd imagine Castillo wants to come after Jimenez with Springer on deck. Payoff pitch. Swing and a deep drive right field. Turning backhand zone, turns at the wall. It's gone! Andres Jimenez for a second straight night launches a 2-run homer, and the Blue Jays lead 2-1 in the top of the third.
What a swing from Andres Jimenez. Again, he works the count, fights off some tough pitches. He gets that fastball at 95 over the heart of the plate. And again, I think he's trying to move the runner. He's trying to hit the ball to the right side of the infield. But when you get a pitch like that over the heart of the plate, why try to do that when you can barrel it up and get it out of here?
Nowhere to put him. Bases loaded in the 3-2. Down and away ball four. A bases loaded walk to bring in a run. Lucas in to score on the RBI from Varsho. Kirk at second and Guerrero at third. 3-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third inning.
How about that patience from Dalton Varsho? Really tough left-on-left matchup, and he takes two tough pitches there. One that was a hair off the plate, and that fastball down below that strike zone. What an at-bat from him. What an at-bat from Alejandro Kirk. And again, there's another important run standing at third base with still just one out.
Big dumper waddles back and forth, waiting on Scherzer. Step off, throw to first, and a safe call. Vladdy points back to the dugout. That was close, and we'll see if the Blue Jays want to take a look here. It's a quick move.
That was really close. John Schneider is thinking about it right now. They will review this play.
You get two challenges, so you can be a little more aggressive in the postseason. Oh, I think he got him. We're looking at it. It's close. The call on the field is safe, which is important. They need to be 100% sure. It's going to be bang, bang on this one. It might not be enough, but my hunch looking at the replays, he got him. What do you think, Chris?
Well, to the naked eye, I initially thought they got him, and we're seeing a really slow angle right now. Actually, a pretty good angle, and I think this call will be reversed. I mean, it might be too close. The evidence might not be strong enough, but we're seeing the replay now. I think that they're going to change this call.
One important thing, Rivas dove in with his exposed hand rather than his sliding mitten hand, and you kind of have to put your fingers up or you'll break a finger on the bag a lot of the time if you don't. His fingers were over the bag, but it appears not touching the bag at the time Vlad tagged him. And you haven't heard a big roar from the fans in Seattle, so you know what they think. They don't seem too confident in this one.
Yeah, I think they're going to change this call. We're just seeing the play on the big board out there in center field. I think the evidence is pretty good.
Right now, it's runner on first, one out with Raleigh up. If it's overturned, it's 2 outs, bases empty. And when you're talking about going after Cal Raleigh, that's a huge difference.
Especially when there's already one strike on him.
And they have overturned the call, announces Alfonso Marquez. Leo Rivas is picked off, and Max Scherzer throws an emphatic warm-up pitch home. What a move by him. Good tag by Vladdy, too, to wipe the bases clean. There are 2 outs. You feel for him, but for Leo Rivas, you cannot get picked off in that spot. 2 outs, and the 1-2 pitch. Did he go on the back foot breaker? Appeal to third. He did. Scherzer punches out Raleigh to make it a scoreless bottom of the third. No runs, no hits, none left. 3-1 Blue Jays as we go to the fourth. 1-0. And Springer shoots it down the left field line. Fair ball bouncing onto the warning track. IKF around third. He'll score. Springer jogs into second with an RBI double. It's 4-1 Blue Jays in the top of the fourth. 1-0 pitch. Bounced, and it's through the legs of Raleigh to the backstop. Springer's going to jog home and score. Second night in a row that a wild pitch catches in a Blue Jay run. It's 5-1 Blue Jays in the top of the fourth.
That was a weird one. Again, Cal Raleigh normally gets in front of those balls and blocks everything. He normally catches everything, but for whatever reason, he was in between. Wasn't sure what to do with that pitch. It looked like he wanted to pick it. He looked like he, at the last second, tried to block it. and didn't get down in time, and that ball scooched through the legs of Cal Raleigh for the 5th run of the ballgame.
One thing you know about Scherzer, though, the nerves are not going to be a problem for a guy like him. His 26th start in the playoffs, 31st appearance. His first playoff appearance came back in 2011 with the Detroit Tigers. Now pitching here in the CS in 2025. His 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Towering curveball broke outside. Rodriguez cuts and misses. Back-to-back Ks, 1 out. 5-1 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bottom 4. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a curve. Pitch was in the dirt. Kirk applies the tag, and it's 2 strikeouts for Scherzer in a scoreless bottom of the 4th. He's pitched around some walks. He gave up a leadoff single this inning. Canzone remains on first with 2 outs. Scherzer kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball in the dirt, blocked by Kirk. Arozarena not running. Kirk keeping an eye on him, and the out signal made by Alfonso Marquez as Arozarena gives himself up. 5 innings of 1-run ball. Vintage Max Scherzer in Seattle sends us to the 6th inning. Rodriguez stretches his arms for a moment. Half swing. The J-Rod squad is out in right center field. The no-fly zone for Julio Rodriguez's great ability to rob homers. At the plate right now is Rodriguez. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 5 Ks for Scherzer and 2 outs in this bottom of the 6th. He is shredding the Mariners lineup right now. Max Scherzer's night is done, but not before 5 2/3 sparkling innings from the future Hall of Famer. The Blue Jays fans to their feet clapping, and the boos from Seattle a sign of respect on how he pitched tonight. Scherzer leaves for now with 1 run on his line and trying to get the left-handed hitter Naylor, Mason Fluharty. The kick in the 0-1. Hit off the handle, a soft liner down in right field. Getting the wave around third, Polanco. Barger throws to third, and they get Naylor. Run will come in to score. Naylor slid into the ankles of Ernie Clement, his former teammate, but he applied the tag. So a run in for Seattle, but the inning comes to a close. 5-2 is the Blue Jay lead after a run on 1 hit for the Mariners. We head to the 7th in Game 4 of the American League Championship Series. 1-1 pitch is hit high in the air, right field. Tracking back Canzone at the warning track. Leaps at the fence. It is gone. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with his 5th home run of the postseason. And the Blue Jays strike back to take a 6-2 lead in the 7th.
That pitch was on the black on the outside part of the plate at 96 miles an hour. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. showing off the opposite field power, getting the barrel to that tough pitch, and just sneaking it out here above that glove of Dominic Canzone out in right field. What a swing from him, and what an important run for the Toronto Blue Jays.
No Blue Jay has ever hit more home runs in a playoff run than Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who passes Jose Bautista with his 5th. Rivas is the 9-hitter. You want to get him here to finish off the inning. Arozarena on deck. 1-1 pitch is smoked out to right field. Barger on the run toward the track. Dives! And he got it! Addison Barger with a beautiful play in right field to take away extra bases and end the bottom of the 7th. Slamming down onto the grass in a ballpark that he was born not too far from. Barger showing off the leather in his home state to send us to the 8th with the Blue Jays up 6-2. 6-2 Blue Jay lead. Hancock sets with 2 in scoring position, 1 out. 1-0. Lined up the middle, off the glove of Hancock, and dribbling through into center. In to score Clement. The wave being given to Jimenez. Here's the throw from Rodriguez. It bounces in offline, and that's a 2-run single for Andres Jimenez. Clement and Straw score, and the Blue Jays have an 8-2 lead in the 8th inning. The right-handed closer rocks and deals. Called strike 3, 95 on the outside edge, a comeback sinker to freeze Arozarena, 1 out.
Well, clearly Randy Arozarena was thinking something else other than that fastball. What a pitch from Jeff Hoffman. Fell behind in the count, fought back, and dotted that fastball at 95.
Max Scherzer went 5 2/3 tonight, finished with 2 earned runs on 4 hits, 4 walks, and 5 Ks. Fluharty and Varland have bridged to Hoffman here for the 8th. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3, 96 on the edge, 2 punch-outs and a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 8th for Jeff Hoffman. So a runner on second after the wild pitch. 2 outs in a full count. Bottom of the 9th inning, 8-2 Blue Jay lead. Set from Dominguez. The payoff pitch. Called strike 3. The Blue Jays have tied up this series at 2. They are not dead yet. An 8-2 win in Game 4 in Seattle.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
And he went 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 3 Ks against the Blue Jays in Game 1 on the 12th. The only run he allowed was on his first pitch of the day, which was a good pitch on the outside edge that George Springer hit out for a leadoff homer.
Yeah, he did walk 3 in that start, walked 31 this season in 90 and a third innings pitched. So there is some erratic nature to that fastball command. But you're right, the other day he was fantastic through every pitch he has. 4 strikes, the majority of that start. The velocity was up to 97 miles an hour. I mean, he's a great pitcher. He had a great 2024. He's been suffering from that bone spur for the majority of this season, but he looked exactly like Bryce Miller in that game.
Long-haired right-hander works with a deep pitch mix. 4-seamer he'll use over 40% of the time, but he also features a splitter, sinker, knuckle curve, slider, sweeper, and very occasional cutter. A lot of his game is built on going to the top of the zone with 4-seamers, and he'll throw the sinker up to the top of the zone as well to steal some called strikes, and then he tries to wipe you away with his splitter down low. He'll face George Springer to lead off this game. The Mariners all-white uniforms again, jersey and pants with a navy cap. The Blue Jays for a 3rd straight game wear powder blues. They have a dark blue cap and a powder blue brim when they're on defense. George Springer steps into the righty box, staring out at Bryce Miller. Game 5 about to get underway. Miller staring into Springer. Long look. The righty shakes aside now into the wide. His kick and pitch. Fastball in there at 97 on the edge. Strike 1. Almost the identical pitch to the one Springer hit out in Game 1. Time of the first pitch in this game, 3:10 local, 6:10 Eastern. The roof is closed over top of T-Mobile Park. Rain earlier today in Seattle. 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Game time temperature, 60 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 Celsius. It's actually gotten a little bit sunnier in Seattle, and it's open air. You still see a lot into the city with the roof closed. 1-1 pitch to Springer. Swing and a miss. Looked like the splitter right there had George out in front, 1-2.
Yeah, 2 straight splitters. And that one right there was about as good as it gets from Bryce Miller. Looked like a strike and then just dove off the table.
Looking to put away George Springer. The right-hander shrugs his shoulders. And the 1-2. Bounced in front of home. Sliding block to the right by Raleigh. Ball rolls out of the dirt. Circle to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
This crowd is loud right now, Ben.
It was a little bit of nervous energy around the city today. Obviously, the Blue Jays have won 2 in a row, but you knew once game time came that the Mariners fans, one of the best in baseball in terms of fan bases, were going to be up on their feet and loud again. They're all standing for the 2-2. Foul tip, strike 3. Miller strikes out George Springer with 98 on his 4-seamer. 1 out.
Bryce Miller threw some good pitches in that at-bat. 2 really nice split fingers, and then elevates with that good fastball at 98 miles an hour. He tends to live at the top of that strike zone. That one right there, a little bit above this strike zone, that had really nice velocity. Again, 98 miles an hour out of that right arm for Bryce Miller.
First out of the top of the first. A first inning that's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Nathan Lucas to hit. 1 out, base is empty. They shift him toward first, but Suarez plays in at third base. The pitch. Foul back. Pretty good hack there from Lucas, but it was 98 again, up and in. And that is a noticeable tick up in velocity early on. Miller averaged 95 during the regular season.
Must be nice to have 3 extra miles an hour in there.
While pitching hurt, essentially. He's looking fresh so far. Right-handers 0-1. Low. Lucas took the splitter out of the hand. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nathan Lucas had a hit and a walk yesterday. He's had a really nice postseason. 9 for 27, a .333 average, 2 doubles, 7 RBIs. The 1-1. Outside, a check swing by Lucas. And Marvin Hudson, the home plate ump, deems it off the plate, 2-1.
Throws that split finger about 19% of the time. Generally sits about 84 miles an hour. He's thrown some good ones in this ball game already.
Lefties like Lucas tend to see it more. 2-1 pitch. And it's popped foul into the seats over the left field side netting. It's 2-2. Joining Marvin Hudson, the home plate ump today, is Quinn Walcott at first. Ryan Additon umpires second. Doug Eddings is the man on third base. Ben May in left field, and crew chief Alfonso Marquez down the line and right. 1 out, base is empty. No score, top of the first. The 2-2. Lucas lifts this one foul. Suarez racing back. Down the line, reaches out, bobbles, and he caught it. Eugenio Suarez went way back and over the line. I believe that hit his glove, and he swiped it on the second try. We'll get a second look. Either way, it's a great catch for the second out of the inning.
Well, if you're Mariners fans, you are holding your breath over there in foul territory. Randy Arozarena sprinting in, Eugenio Suarez sprinting out. Luckily for them, there was no contact, but what a play from Suarez down there in foul territory.
Hit the palm, popped out about a foot, and he swiped his glove at it to bring it in. 2 outs, base is empty. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up. The pitch. Swing and a line drive. Left center field. Going back to the fence. It's down on the warning track. Vladdy around first, into second. Pick it up right where he left off with a first pitch 2-out double.
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. He hit that ball right on the screws. One-hop that wall out in left center. Another great swing from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. It was a sinker down in the strike zone, and he absolutely smoked it. Missed a home run out there, maybe by about 10 feet.
Hit it at 114 miles an hour off the bat. Guerrero in scoring position, and Alejandro Kirk up trying to drive him in with 2 outs. Miller from the stretch for the first time in the game. It's 2 outs in the top of the first inning. A look to second. The kick and the pitch. Fouled back by Kirk. Elevated heater. It's 0-1.
Seems like the Blue Jays are trying to continue to be aggressive, swinging early in counts. If they get their pitch, they're letting go.
Served Guerrero well, who just picked up his 3rd double, 8th extra base hit of the postseason. The 0-1. Inside. Kirk started the swing, had to jerk his hands back out of the way of that sinker that ran in on him. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That fastball velo has been pretty good so far in this start for Miller. It's generally sitting 97 miles an hour.
Couple miles an hour up from his season average. Here's the righty's 1-1. Fouled back by Kirk. Really well-located fastballs in this at-bat. Did miss inside with 1, but the other 2 right on the upper and inner corner of the zone. Kirk asks for time in a 1-ball, 2-strike count with 2 outs. Guerrero has big lead off second. No one playing that close to the bat. Miller set at the chest. The 1-2. Swatted high in the air, foul right side. Naylor giving it a look, but that's out of play. Over the camera well beyond the first base dugout. Caught on the fly in the seats. The fans celebrating the spectator who made a play there. I think it's a fan holding a trident, and it's still a 1-2 count.
There's a lot of fans holding tridents.
True. 16th pitch of the inning coming for Miller. Here it is. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got Kirk to chase the sweeper, and Miller punches out two to make it a scoreless top of the first. Around a double from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vladdy left on second. No score, middle of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Newboro, we develop unique plans so people can unlock the equity in their home. Unique like this one. It's called the Aaron and Catherine Plan. Aaron was in the middle of selling his small business and wanted to pay off some debt. Truth is, big banks are not too keen on small business. So we developed a plan that was the perfect fit. Because as we see it, you're anything but small. Reach out today. We'll work side by side to unlock the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with Newboro.
License 13115.
Inviting Toyo drivers to test their winter-rated tires was a great idea.
Thanks.
In the changing conditions,
Drivers on Toyo's all-weather tires look really confident.
and during those tough, slippery conditions,
Toyo microbit technology is keeping them safe.
'Cause?
They've got nuts that really grip.
how about another test?
Test successful.
You just can't phase a Toyo driver.
The Toyo rebate event is on now. Save even more on select sets of 4. Details at toyotires.ca. Toyo Tires, making tires for your road.
At Hyundai, we want to make buying a car as simple and convenient as possible. That's why this Sunday, October 19th, select Hyundai dealers are opening their doors an extra day for you. Get up to $750 off select in-stock vehicles, and you can lease an Elantra for $65 weekly at 6.49%. Hurry, these offers won't last long. Conditions apply. Elantra down payment is $3,395 for 48 months. Visit HyundaiCanada.com or your local dealer for details.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at T-Mobile Park. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, and Phil Holter, our technical directors. The Blue Jays threatened in the top of the first with a Vladdy 2-out double, but they did not score. A scoreless game headed to bottom 1, Game 5 of the ALCS, and Kevin Gausman making his third start of the postseason. In the regular season, the right-hander 10-11 with a 3.59 ERA in 32 starts. He started Game 1 of the series against the Mariners. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. One of those 2 runs came in after Gausman was already lifted from the game.
Yeah, the key to success for Kevin Gausman here in this ball game is just locate that fastball. If he can locate the fastball, that makes the split better. That makes the slider better. I'm assuming he'll do just that.
For both pitchers, it'll be interesting to see how they attack these lineups after they faced them only 5 days ago. Gausman starts with Julio Rodriguez. The kick and the pitch. Hit very high. Medium depth center field, maybe shallow. Varsho started back now, charges forward and makes a one-handed catch. And a good start to Kevin Gausman's game. 1 pitch, 1 out.
That's a fantastic start. About as good as it gets for Kevin Gausman. A fastball that was a little bit elevated. Julio Rodriguez tried to jump all over it, got underneath it, hit a lazy fly ball out to Dalton Varsho in center field.
In the postseason, teams have been very aggressive against Kevin Gausman because he throws a lot of strikes, so you can't really afford not to be. We'll see how Cal Raleigh treats him with 1 out and the bases empty. Switch hitting catcher, bats left. Gausman rocks and deals. And the pitch is deemed outside by Marvin Hudson, ball 1. Regularly, this is going to be the toughest matchup of your night if you're a Blue Jays pitcher, even more so if you're Kevin Gausman. Cal Raleigh, 8 for 17 career off Gausman, 4 homers. 1-0 pitch, low. And if you don't remember, in Game 1, the Blue Jays were up 1-0 until Raleigh hit a home run in the 6th inning, a solo shot that tied it off of Gausman. 2-0 count, the right-hander. walks and deals. And the pitch is crushed out to right field. Racing back, Barger leaps, and it's off his glove down on the track. Raleigh taking off for second. Here comes Barger's throw. Hits a hair late, and Cal Raleigh has a double in the first inning. Only missed a home run by about 5-10 feet.
Well, you fall behind a guy like Cal Raleigh. That tends to happen. Kevin Gausman just challenged him there with a pitch over the heart of the middle, or over the heart of the plate, and Cal Raleigh smoked that thing, hit it right on the screws. Addison Barger actually made a pretty nice attempt at it over there against the wall in right field, just missed it. Cal Raleigh ends up at second base with one out in this inning.
Can't fault Barger too much. That was hit 112 miles an hour, and he was leaping back into the fence. But Raleigh on second, one out. Jorge Polanco up the pitch. Swing and a miss. First splitter that gets a whiff for Gausman right there. Second splitter overall. It's 0-1. Polanco, another switch hitter batting left in the DH spot again in this game. DH'd yesterday as well. 0-1. Checks his swing on a splitter in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Polanco 9 for 37 in the postseason, an average of 243, but he's launched 3 homers and driven in 8 runs. Pretty much all 8 of them have been really important. 1-1 pitch. Low, 2 balls and 1 strike. Missed with a fastball at 95.
Seems like Marvin Hudson is pretty tight back there, at least early on in this ball game.
Big pitch coming up here. Raleigh on second, 1 out, no score, bottom of the first. The 2-1 to Polanco. Down and in, ball 3. First base is open, but you don't want to have 2 on base and 1 out for Josh Naylor, who waits on deck. Gausman cupping his right ear to hear the pitch comp, sets and stares at Raleigh on second. Now it's 3-1 to Polanco. Called strike. That pitch was well low. And Alejandro Kirk helped it up into the zone. Marvin Hudson gives the call to Kevin Gausman. And it's 3-2. I mean, that pitch is certainly a ball.
Yeah, Jorge Polanco was pretty upset with that call. He actually walked around because he was so upset. Took a split second to think about it as he steps back in that box.
I don't blame him. Gausman's 3-2. Fouled off. 94 right over the middle. In game 1, Polanco only saw Gausman twice, went 0 for 2 against him. A fielder's choice and then a ground out to first base. 3-2 again. Fouled off again. Hit back into the body of Alejandro Kirk, a splitter that was low. But I guess if you're Polanco, anything that you think might be low, you still got to offer out after that called strike 2.
It's a pretty good sequence so far. Good fastball in a 3-2 count, and then a split finger. Now you can really throw whatever you want because you've shown your 2 best pitches.
Kirk sets up and in. Full count, 1 out, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the splitter low, and with a little bit of help, Kevin Gausman punches out Polanco 2 down in the bottom of the first.
Alejandro Kirk was actually set up at the top of the strike zone. I think he was trying to fake everybody out, let everybody think that he was going to elevate a fastball there, and then he slipped in that really good split finger below the strike zone.
We'll keep an eye on Cal Raleigh at second base as Josh Naylor comes up. The pitch, fastball, called strike. It is sometimes hard to tell, though, if a guy's relaying signs. Like Raleigh's arm was swinging there. Is that just a natural movement, or does that mean fastball? Something we'll have to wait and see. Raleigh's arm swinging again as he takes the lead. The 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, if that's what it was, he was wrong there.
Yeah. And it probably wasn't.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's Aaron Judge flapping his arms in the air. Most of the time, it's a lot more subtle than that. And Naylor, one of the best at stealing pitches from being on base. Naylor at the plate now, a left-handed hitter from Mississauga. 1-1. In the dirt, backhanded pick from Kirk. 2 balls, 1 strike.
He's thrown a lot of split fingers in this ball game early on. We've seen him pound the strike zone with fastballs early on, and we've seen him mix in breaking balls and split fingers early on. Loves to switch up the scouting report.
Actually threw a ton of sliders in his start against the Mariners in Game 1. His 2-1 pitch. On the ground toward first. Vladdy started in, backs up, takes it to the bag himself as he picked up the 2-hopper to end the inning. Cal Raleigh with a 1-out double, but like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the top half, he's left on second in the bottom half, and we go scoreless into the second inning, Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's pumpkin spice season, and it's time to spice up your ride at Downtown Lincoln's Spice Up Your Ride event. On now till Saturday. You can get a $500 credit to apply with any purchase, including new winter tires. But that's not all. We also have all in-stock vehicles on sale, including financing and lease rates as low as 1.99%. Join us at Queen Street East and the DVP, and let Downtown Lincoln spice up your ride.
Basketball is back, and the North is hungry. Be there for the Raptors home opener as they battle the Milwaukee Bucks. All-star Brandon Ingram joins Scotty Barnes and Toronto's own RJ Barrett on a new-look Raptors squad that's ready to take on the league's best. Be there from day one and go home with a free commemorative tee. October 24th at Scotiabank Arena. Visit Ticketmaster.ca to get your tickets now.
At Newborough, we develop unique plans so people can unlock the equity in their home. Unique like this one. It's called the Wands Plan. Mark and Maria were searching for a way to invest in their future and increase their cash flow. We created a plan with a strong foundation, erased debt, and even helped Maria finish some additional schooling. We think that's pretty smart. Reach out today. We'll work side by side to unlock the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with Newborough.
License 13115.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's 11-9 in the bottom of the 8th.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Seattle. Blue Jays and Mariners knotted up at 0 as we go to the top of the second inning. 2-2 is the series right now in the American League Championship Series. Final game in Seattle before a day off, and then a Game 6 on Sunday in Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays go up against Bryce Miller again after they doubled off him in the first. Vladdy hit a double into the left center gap, but they punched out twice and did not score in that inning.
Yeah, he looked pretty good in that first inning. The velo was way up, 97-98. And he threw a really nice slider to Alejandro Kirk to end the inning, something we don't really see that often from him. I mean, if I throw a pitch like that and I get a swing like that, I'd probably throw it a little bit more.
Be interesting to see what his velocity is, because like you said, way up. I mean, he sat 97.5, 98 in that first inning, and he was sitting 95 for all of this season. He has been pitching hurt, but it wasn't like he was averaging 98 last year either. Dalton Varsho leads off the inning, a right-on-left matchup. Long stare in for Miller, waits till the clock goes to 2 in the pitch. Breaking ball, strike 1. I think he surprised Varsho there. Part of me, it was a splitter, but right over the middle. The Jays probably looking for fastballs early in counts. The 0-1. Check swing on a heater high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Another 97 from Miller.
Looks like that velo's going to stay around for a little while.
Infield shifts toward first. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 96 right at the top of the zone. Half the ball in it, half the ball out of it. 1-2.
He is just so good at locating the four-seam fastball up. Whether it's lefties, whether it's righties. That's his bread and butter. Throws the four-seam fastball about 41% of the time.
1-2. Inside, almost hit Varsho with a fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Varsho a career 0 for 4 against Bryce Miller. In Game 1, he lined out against him and struck out swinging on a heater. The kick and the 2-2. Popped up back behind the plate, foul, and that'll get out of play to keep Varsho alive. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bryce Miller is the only Mariners starter to record an out in the 5th inning in this series when he went 6 innings in Game 1. Here in the top of the 2nd with no outs, he unleashes a 2-2 again. And Marchand hits it high to shallow center, more like right center, where the second baseman Leo Rivas waves off the outfielders to make a one-handed catch. 1 out.
Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. On now for a limited time, all-you-can-eat classic Angus burgers for just $14.99. You heard that right. Visit stlouiswings.com for full details. You are welcome.
Game 4 of the National League Championship Series goes from Dodger Stadium at 8:38 Eastern, 5:38 Pacific coming up today. Get some more on that in a sec, but first with 1 out, the pitch to Ernie Clement. Clement pops it up foul, headed toward us. It'll land below our feet, 0-1. Dodgers lead the series 3-0, and they will send Shohei Ohtani to the mound against veteran Jose Quintana for the Brewers. Jackson Chourio is back in there for Milwaukee after leaving yesterday's game with cramps. 0-1 pitch. Clement squares to bunt, pops it up behind the plate. Raleigh couldn't find it, and it went too far away from him for him to realistically catch it anyway. It lands down foul, and it's 0-2. Ernie, who rarely bunts for base hits, was trying to sneak one in.
Yeah, I mean, third baseman Eugenio Suarez is playing way back, so even if you get a decent bunt down that third baseline, I mean, you're safe at first base pretty easily.
I get it. He's also, though, hitting .452 this series, or pardon me, in the postseason overall. 0-2. Lined over the middle and a leaping grab on the run, Leo Rivas. What a play. He jumped up to the backhand side to take what looked like a sure hit away from Clement. 2 down.
What a two-strike approach from Ernie Clement. He continues to make good contact. Leo Rivas taking that hit away, but he squared that ball up, hit it right on the screws, right up the middle. A huge play for the Mariners in this inning.
Rivas has not started every game of this series at second. They got him in there the last couple, and it pays off for Dan Wilson here. 2 outs, base is empty. Washington's own Addison Barger up. And the pitch. Called strike. 96 for Miller. We're seeing a little more 96, 97 now rather than the 97, 98 in the first. But still, that's an uptick in velocity. 2 outs, base is empty. No score, top of 2. The 0-1. Outside. Addison Barger stretches out his left arm, spins the bat around, and holds it above his left shoulder. Waiting on Miller. Right-handers 1-1. Outside, ball 2. He missed there with a splitter off the edge.
It's a good take. Addison Barger recognized that pitch out of the hand. It was a decent splitter just off the plate outside.
Barger may be looking for that splitter. He loves off speed. The 2-1. Swing and a missile foul into the second deck right field. Barger caught a fastball on the in off the plate at 97 and was out in front of it. Roped it down the right field line. It's 2-2, and now Barger's making sure he didn't break his bat. Well, clearly he was not sitting splitter because he was early on 97.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
6 for 26 in the postseason, 2 doubles and a homer for Addison Barger. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Struck him out on a splitter. 3 strikeouts and 2 scoreless so far for Bryce Miller. No score in the game. Middle of 2. Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Small businesses often start with a passion to make a difference for their community, and they rely on us to help them succeed. Scotiabank supports business owners with personalized advice, tools, and rewards to help your business thrive. Find out how you could earn up to $880 in bonuses and savings for your business. Get started today at scotiabank.com/business offers. Conditions apply. Offer expires November 30th, 2025. Full details are available at scotiabank.com/business offers. Offer subject to change.
Ready to find your happy? Our experts at Sell Off Vacations know just where to go. Cuba. Why? Because we found happy here. In the locals that greet you with a smile. in the beaches that relax you, and a culture that charms from the start. Because Cuba es única. If happy's what you're looking for, we can help you find it. Contact our experts at
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
As the games get bigger, so do Jays Cares league-leading 50-50 jackpots. The ALCS jackpot is over $1.3 million, and there are bonus raffle prizes to win, including a vacation to the Bahamas, a trip to the World Baseball Classic in Puerto Rico, or a trip to here in Seattle to see the Blue Jays play in 2026. Get your ticket to bluejays.com/5050 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Scoreless game as we enter the bottom of the second. Kevin Gausman will face Randy Arozarena. New baseball for the bearded, long-haired right-hander Kevin Gausman, who waits behind the hill. Arozarena, typically the leadoff hitter in this series, has been moved down in the order to 5th and will lead off this second inning in front of Eugenio Suarez and J.P. Crawford. Couple of lineup order tweaks for Dan Wilson before Game 5. Gausman kicks and fires. First pitch heater on the inside edge at 94. Missed his spot, but hit the zone. Strike one.
Arozarena just 6 for 38 in the postseason. A home run, a couple of RBIs. But overall, his career numbers are pretty good in the postseason. 12 homers, 19 RBIs.
A 1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gausman flipped in the rare slider and got a whiff 0-2. A lot of that Arozarena postseason production concentrated in his incredible 2020 run. But that doesn't mean he doesn't still have it in there. Dangerous hitter at all times. The 0-2. Grounded toward third, charging a backhand play by Clement. Shuffles, throws low to first. Vladdy stretched out to reel it in before it hit the dirt. 1 out.
And that was the slider right there. Very well located. Gets Arozarena way out in front. That's a great pitch. Hasn't thrown many of them in this ball game. It's mostly been fastball, split finger. But if he has a good feel for that, I would love to see that more.
He just doubled up on the slider. And should be noted, he threw a lot of sliders, as we mentioned earlier, in Game 1. 12 of them, which for Kevin Gausman is a lot in 76 pitches. Eugenio Suarez to the plate, 1 out the pitch. And Suarez jacks it. Left field and Lucas in a run back to the wall. It's gone. Eugenio Suarez with a solo home run in the bottom of the second. And the Mariners take the lead in Game 5 of the ALCS. 1-0.
Well, we've talked about Eugenio Suarez a lot over the course of the last few days. Just 6 for 37 in the postseason and 1 home run. But you can't leave pitches over the heart of the plate. Kevin Gausman tried to sneak a fastball by him for a quick strike, and Suarez barreled that thing up and got it out of here in a hurry. What a swing from him.
Kirk was set up on the outside edge. Gausman left it upper middle of the zone. And for Suarez, his second home run of the postseason, 51st home run, regular and postseason combined. It's the third game in a row here. The Mariners take the lead on a home run. And now J.P. Crawford hits it back foul 0-1. In Game 1, it was Julio Rodriguez with a first inning 2-run shot. Mariners led 2-0. Last night, Josh Naylor hit a solo home run in the second to make it 1-0 for the Mariners. And they score first again in this one. 1-0, 1 out, and the 0-1. Swing and a miss. J.P. Crawford whiffs there. Had a splitter. It's 0-2.
If you're going to throw another split finger, you stay right there. That was fantastic. Perfectly located off the plate outside. Looked like a strike out of the hand, too. That's the most important thing.
Gausman bouncing his left foot. Comes still. The 0-2. Bounced a splitter down and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
They were trying to just throw the exact same pitch in the exact same location. He yanked it a little bit.
If yesterday or 2 days ago is a lesson to Kevin Gausman, if you can limit it early, previous starters kind of grew into the game in Scherzer and Bieber. Gausman's 1-2. Called high, might have had the zone. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
A little bit of an awkward frame job from Alejandro Kirk. Don't really see that very often.
And Gausman got a pretty big call his way in the first, so maybe one given back here in the second. Now the right-hander's 2-2. Low ball 3. Good job here by Crawford. That was a good splitter that just dove below the zone at the last second, but he takes it to make it a full count. Crawford moved up to the 7th spot in the order, highest spot in the order he's hit in this series. They dropped Canzone. 3-2. Low ball 4. Right after the home run, a walk to J.P. Crawford, and there's a runner on with 1 out. 1-0 Mariners, bottom of the second.
I don't think Kevin Gausman liked that call. It was a good pitch, but it was just below the strike zone. He looked in at home plate umpire Marvin Hudson, had a couple of questions for him, and then switched up the ball as well.
Gausman stretches his arms above his head, pushes his right arm out toward left center field, and now looks in. The pitch to Dom Canzone is lined toward right. Barger charges, slides, and he makes the grab. Addison Barger was a little in between, but dashed forward at the last moment, and he makes the play. 2 outs.
Gausman pointing out at Addison Barger, a huge play. It's tough to slide forward and make that play on a good hard line drive, but Addison Barger makes it look pretty easily. Big second out there for Kevin Gausman.
2 down, and Leo Rivas up, the 9-hitter. 1-0 Mariners in the bottom of the second on the Suarez solo home run. Clement plays in at third. Everyone else shifts toward first. Gausman's pitch. Called strike. Starts him off with 93, outer third. J.P. Crawford chatting with Eric Young Jr., his first base coach, as he leads off first. Leo chance here in Seattle. Here's the 0-1. Rivas hits it foul, 0-2. It's back-to-back starts for Leo Rivas, who looked pretty good at the plate yesterday. He walked, went 0 for 2, but both the outs were lineouts. But he did commit the critical mistake in the third of getting picked off by Max Scherzer. The first pickoff in 9 years for Scherzer.
That might have changed the ball game, honestly.
It was a close game with Cal Raleigh at the plate. Really changed the way they pitched to Raleigh. Runner on first, 2 down, and the 0-2 pitch. Fouled back. Stayed hard with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball outside, and Rivas got the end of the bat to it.
They were trying to come up, elevate that fastball, but Kevin Gausman missed his spot by quite a bit. Let's see if they try to go back up there.
Ernie Clement's backed up at third, by the way, with 2 strikes. Kick of the 2-strike pitch. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rivas 1 for 7 so far in the postseason with an all-important RBI single in Game 5 of the ALDS. The 1-2. Down and in, 2-2.
Mariners are having some good at-bats.
5 days removed from seeing him. And it's a simple game plan for Gausman. He'll admit that. He's not going to reinvent the wheel. 2-2. Fouled back.
It is easier to spit on the off-speed stuff on the split finger on the slider when you're not locating your fastball like you probably should. Kevin Gausman, a little bit erratic in this start so far with the fastball. If he locks in and starts commanding it, they'll start offering at the off-speed stuff.
That's what hurt him on the Suarez homer earlier this inning. It's 1-0 Mariners. With a runner on, the 2-2. Fouled away. That was a well-located fastball in the corner, and Rivas with a good swing to flip it over the netting left side. It's been a long at-bat, 7 pitches seen by Rivas. Here's pitch 8. And he got him. Swing and a miss on a splitter below the zone. Gausman strikes out Rivas, but the Mariners strike for the first run of the game. Eugenio Suarez launches a solo home run on a fastball over the middle, and Seattle leads 1-0 as we go to the third. You're listening to Game 5 of the American League Championship Series, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A go-ahead RBI double in the sixth. It's 5-4 Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts. 1-0 Mariners, Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. Top of the third inning about to take place, and if the previous two games are any indication, this is where the Blue Jays offensive day starts. They went trailing into the top of the third both of the previous two games. Both times, whether it was Ernie Clement or IKF, a double was hit to start the inning, and then both times Andres Jimenez homer to either tie or give the Blue Jays the lead. It'll be IKF leading off and Andres Jimenez on deck. Bryce Miller back on the hill. He has looked marvelous through 2 innings. Allowed a double to Vladdy, that's all, and he's punched out 3. Right on right, he offers to Kiner Falefa. First pitch, hooked down the left field line, base hit, rolling into the corner. IKF around first. He's into second, and right on script, a leadoff double. You have got to be kidding me.
I mean, this is getting a bit ridiculous. What a swing from IKF. Past the dive of Suarez at third base. And look who's coming to the plate, Andres Jimenez.
And the audacity, they move the corners in. He's homered in this exact spot back-to-back games. Andres Jimenez has maybe been the most important player next to Vlad for the Blue Jays in this series. Miller from the stretch looks to second and deals home. Outside, ball 1.
Doesn't look like he's bunting, Ben.
How could you give him the bunt?
I mean, you could. It's probably not a good idea, though.
He did sack bunt once yesterday. And Naylor's backed up at first. Suarez still in at third. 1-0 pitch. Fouled back, healthy hack there on a middle-in fastball. It's 1-1.
With Naylor way back at first base now, it's probably a good time for a drag bunt.
We'll see. I don't hate it. He's one of the guys that doesn't need a sign to do it. They trust him to bunt whenever he wants. IKF on second, no outs. Miller's 1-1. Swing and a miss. 96 on the edge. 1-2. He had no postseason home runs about 48 hours ago, and Andres Giménez has homered in back-to-back games. They don't need a home run right now, but they take one. He is down in the count, looking to put something in play here and move IKF to third. The 1-2. Swing and a liner caught by Naylor. Throws back to second. IKF doubled off. Kiner Falefa didn't freeze on the liner. Rather, he took a step toward third base, and that exposed him for a 3-6 line-out double play. 2 down and the base is empty.
Yeah, you just said it. Whenever there's a line drive on the infield, you freeze, and you see if that infielder catches the baseball. Kiner Falefa took 2 steps, and as soon as you take 2 steps, that's an easy out. Josh Naylor with a great throw to second base for 2 quick outs.
Huge play with the fact George Springer would have been up. Runner on second, 1 out. Instead, 2 outs, base is empty, and the pitch is hit foul by Springer. 0-1. And that is something you have not seen much of from the Blue Jays over the last 2 games.
It's good contact, though, from Andres Giménez.
It was. 2 home runs career off Miller for Springer. Both of them came this season. 0-1 pitch. Chopper up the third baseline. It hooks foul. Springer gave it a couple steps down the line, but never dropped his bat. Miller's ahead of him 0-2. That double play got everyone right back into it here at T-Mobile Park. 1-0 Mariners, top of the third. 2 outs, base is empty, and 2 strikes against George Springer. Miller's pitch. Outside. Fans thought it was right in there, but Cal Raleigh was set up about a foot off the plate. It's a ball and 2 strikes. I mean, he hit the spot, but the spot was way outside. Springer, a strikeout victim in the first. The 1-2 pitch. High. Little outside again. Again, Raleigh setting up outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And he's a really good framer, so he makes that pitch look a little bit better than it was. I mean, that's very clearly a ball, but to everybody in the stands, it looks like a strike because of Cal Raleigh.
5th pitch of the plate appearance coming. Miller's 2-2. Fouled right back. It'll land in one of the booths off to our left, perhaps in the Fox booth where Joe Davis and John Smoltz are waiting. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two doubles for the Blue Jays off Miller, but they haven't cracked him yet. 1-0 Mariners. 2-2 again. And it's hit off the end of the bat. A swinging bunt, first base side, gathered by Miller. He short arm throws it to first just in time to get George Springer and end the inning. The Blue Jays with a leadoff double, but IKF doubled off on the line-out double play. They do not score. No one left. 1-0 Seattle, middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Let's start the bidding off with 1,200. Do I have 1,200?
North Toronto Auction is going all unreserved and everything will be sold. A huge 2-day public live auction October 24th and 25th. Industrial equipment, light commercial vehicles, cars, trucks, and SUVs, all selling unreserved.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online, but trust us, it's way more exciting in person. Preview the lineup in person October 21st and 24th. View the entire selection at northtorontoauction.com. Everything will be
So.
Every second of downtime costs money. ATS Electrolube, a Canadian-owned manufacturer for 50 years, revolutionized lubrication in 1982 with the world's first intrinsically safe automatic luber. Today, our lubricators are trusted across all industries. Now we're looking for distributors ready to grow with us. Offer your customers unmatched reliability, pressure, and versatility. Proudly Canadian, made for Canadian industries. Become a distributor today at atselectrolube.com.
Basketball is back, and the North is hungry. Be there for the Raptors home opener as they battle the Milwaukee Bucks. All-star Brandon Ingram joins Scotty Barnes and Toronto's own RJ Barrett on a new-look Raptor squad that's ready to take on the league's best. Be there from day one and go home with a free commemorative tee. October 24th at Scotiabank Arena. Visit Ticketmaster.ca to get your tickets now.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, Phil Holter, our technical directors. 1-0 Mariners, bottom of the third inning. Kevin Gausman gave up a homer to Eugenio Suarez last frame. He'll try to bounce back here against the top of the Mariner order.
Yeah, and he's really only made one mistake in this ball game. On that home run to Eugenio Suarez, tried to sneak a fastball by him. They were trying to go away. But when you miss over the heart of the plate with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, Eugenio Suarez tends to barrel those up. Tough at-bats here. Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh to lead off this inning.
Blue Jays throw it around the horn, and Ernie Clement sends it over to Kevin Gausman to get going here in this bottom of the third. You want to keep them in it because the Blue Jays at-bats have looked better so far against Bryce Miller than they did in Game 1. But this Mariners offense is waiting to break out after two quieter games here in Seattle. They've scored 6 total runs in Games 3 and 4 combined. They have 1 run here in Game 5. Again, 1-0 Mariners. Game 5 of the ALCS, a 2-2 series tie. Julio Rodriguez in there, waving the bat above his right shoulder. Gausman's pitch. Slider, strike one. Rodriguez swung at a first pitch in the bottom of the first and lifted it out to shallow center for a flyout. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Huge hack on a splitter over the middle. It's 0-2.
A couple of dangerous pitches from Kevin Gausman. A slider kind of spun over the heart of the plate. And that split finger there floated through the middle. Julio Rodriguez was way out in front of it.
Top of the outside part of the plate, then the inside part of the plate for Rodriguez. Gausman ahead of him 0-2. He kicks and fires. Inside with a heater. Pardon me, a splitter. That came right at the belt, and Rodriguez folded as he jumped back out of the way. I don't think that's what he meant, but it could be an effective pitch if they go to the outside edge. Kirk moves to the outer edge. 1-2. In the dirt with a splitter there. Ball out of the hand. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it seemed like he overcorrected there. He's thrown a couple of floating split fingers in that inning, and he was probably telling himself, don't throw another floater, overcorrected, and bounced it almost in front of home plate.
He hasn't shown him the fastball yet. A slider and 3 splitters. 2-2. Fastball lifted out to right center. Barger jogging toward the gap, waves off Varsho in right center and makes the catch. There's one out. He slowed him down and then quickly sped him back up with 94 on the hands.
I mean, it was a great sequence. 2 split fingers and then a good hard heater inside right at the hands. Just ate up Julio Rodriguez.
But now he's got to go through the toughest test of the lineup again. It's Cal Raleigh. Great career numbers against Gausman. He's now 9 for 18. He doubled in the first inning. He also has 4 career homers against the veteran righty. Right on left, the pitch. Inside and low, ball 1. Seattle 1, Toronto 0. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the third. They shift as much toward first as you're legally allowed against the lefty or switch hitter batting left. 1-0. Low, check swing, 2 balls, no strikes. Same situation that Gausman was in the first. Fell behind 2-0, threw a fastball near the bottom of the zone, and Raleigh ripped it to right for a double.
Yeah, I don't challenge him here. They challenge him in the first at-bat. I would imagine they won't do that here.
2-0. Down and in, ball 3. To a certain extent, I wonder if there's even a point of throwing a 3-0, but I think they will.
Well, they're definitely going to throw something out of the strike zone. I mean, I would not throw anything in the heart, over the heart of the plate.
This is a green light guy if there ever was one. 60 home runs in the regular season, 3 in the postseason. 3-0. Called strike. Fastball right at the bottom of the zone. Both of us were wrong. I'm a little bit surprised there that they went to basically the same spot he hit the double off of. It's 3-1. To MVP chance. Gausman deals home. And the pitch hit foul. That was a four-seamer right down the middle. It's 3-2.
Well, if you're Cal Raleigh, you're telling yourself, there's no way they're challenging me here. There's no way he's going to throw a four-seam fastball right down the middle. Maybe that's a good game plan.
It's a risk, but it's a little reverse psychology. He's probably expecting a splitter. Raleigh swings the bat below his knees twice and then brings it up to his left shoulder. One out, base is empty. The payoff pitch. He got him. Kevin Gausman strikes out Cal Raleigh, fighting back from down 3-0 to set him down on a splitter. 2 outs.
Well, again, he missed his spot with that split finger. Alejandro Kirk was set up almost off the plate outside, but it had enough movement on it. It almost acted like a changeup, got Cal Raleigh out in front. He was probably expecting another heater, maybe an elevated heater there, but Kevin Gausman gets a big second out there.
2 outs and the base is empty, and Gausman goes at Jorge Polanco. First pitch, just outside with a splitter, rather a slider, ball 1.
I think that's the exact same pitch that Cal Raleigh hit out in the first ball game.
Everything about that at bat surprised me, but it worked out for Kevin Gausman. 1-0 Mariners, bottom 3, and the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Polanco chased a splitter low.
It seems like Kevin Gausman just hasn't found the release point of that fastball yet in this ball game.
It's 48 pitches into the start. Looking to get the Blue Jays back to the bats in the 4th, where they'll hit Lucas, Guerrero, and Kirk. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Splitter right at the bottom of the zone. Wild hack there from Polanco. 1-2.
You're going to throw another one of those. You better make it a good one. Get that thing below the strike zone. Don't throw another one of those.
The location hasn't always been there, but the movement is good on the splitter today. A lot of whiffs. 1-2 pitch. Rounded foul, and that splitter, it was just touched by Polanco, but that was another wild swing way out in front.
Yeah, and Alejandro Kirk pointed out at Kevin Gausman after he threw that pitch, letting him know that was a good location, good movement on that pitch. And they might throw 3 in a row. You don't know.
Gausman offers. And he got him. He did triple up on the splitter. The pitch in the dirt. Kirk applies the tag. And that ends the bottom of the 3rd. A really nice bounce back inning for Gausman. 1-2-3. Punching out Raleigh and Polanco to keep it 1-0 Mariners. We head to the 4th. Game 5 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Hyundai, we want to make buying a car as simple and convenient as possible. That's why this Sunday, October 19th, select Hyundai dealers are opening their doors an extra day for you. Get up to $750 off select in-stock vehicles, and you can lease an Elantra for $65 weekly at 6.49%. Hurry, these offers won't last long. Conditions apply. Elantra down payment is $3,395 for 48 months. Visit HyundaiCanada.com or your local dealer for details.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So, let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think she just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner. On pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
When you get into a new RAV4, you might suddenly find yourself camping. Even if the closest you've been to nature is your houseplants. Because with all-wheel drive, you can get in and right out of there. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive from $107 weekly for 40 months at 5.89% with $2,500 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRouche, Joe Ali, our host and producer today, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, and Phil Holter, our technical directors. The Blue Jays trail the Mariners 1-0 as we go to the top of the fourth inning. Blue Jays have had chances. They have 2 doubles off Bryce Miller in this game, but big credit to Miller, who shoved in game 1. He has now done something no one else has done this postseason. He's held the Blue Jays scoreless through 3 innings. All of their previous 8 games, they at least had 1 run in the first 3 frames.
And he seems to be pretty comfortable out there. He's locating every single pitch, really, that he throws. Something that's surprising because he struggled with his command for the majority of this season, walking 30 batters in 90 innings. Seems like he's settled in nicely.
He's still working with plus velocity, averaging 97 on the game, 2 miles an hour up from his season average on his 4-seam fastball. He gets the heart of the Blue Jay order, though. Lucas, Guerrero, Kirk this inning. Lucas in the box, and the first pitch of the 4th. Called strike. Splitter right over the middle. He's gotten away with a couple, though, so far in this game. Only 42 pitches so far for the third-year righty. Is 0-1. Lucas hooks it on the ground. Fair ball bouncing over the first base bag into the retaining wall. Lucas around first. He will speed into second base. It's a 3rd double of the game for the Blue Jays. 2nd inning in a row where they lead it off with a double. And now we'll see if they can finally cash it in.
And finally, the Blue Jays hit a mistake. He hung the first split finger, and then he tried to sneak another split finger in there, hung another one, and Nathan Lucas was all over it, hitting it down the right field line for a leadoff double.
And I think in a move that you completely understand, Dan Wilson's not going to pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. here. First base is open. He'll walk him, which both avoids Vladdy, who's got a double in this game already, and potentially puts a double play in order with Alejandro Kirk coming up.
Yeah, and Bryce Miller struck out Alejandro Kirk in his first at-bat. So if you're Dan Wilson, that's probably what you're thinking about. I mean, I would do that if I was Dan Wilson all day long.
Kirk 0 for 1 in this game, 7 for 34 in the playoffs. He does have a double and 3 home runs in his 7 hits. Miller kicks and deals. Called strike, a high sweeper, clips the top of the zone, 0-1. With a different batter, they might think about moving the runners. Kirk not much of a bunter, and you hit him in the middle of your order. So they're trusting him here to try and drive in Nathan Lucas. 0-1 pitch. Low. Trapped by Raleigh. We're going to keep a real close eye on pitches in the dirt. 2 very impactful wild pitches in the last 2 games. Chest high set Bryce Miller. 2 looks at second in the 1-1. Check swing. Pitch was upstairs. They'll appeal to first. Quickly, no swing, says Quinn Walcott. 2 balls and a strike.
And now you're looking for your pitch in a hitter's count. Something you can drive the other way, potentially in the gap, and score Nathan Lucas from second base.
Keeping Lucas close at second is the second baseman, Leo Rivas. 2-1. High ball 3. Other than the 1 pitch in the dirt, everything's been up for Miller. Even his strike, I think, was a bit of a miss, but he just grabbed the top of the zone with a breaking ball. Double and intentional walk to begin this inning has put 2 on with nobody out. Miller's 3-1. Inside ball 4. The bases are loaded with nobody out.
And those are the kind of at-bats that during the regular season you would see from Bryce Miller. Every once in a while he loses control, command of the fastball and of that split finger, and we saw it right there against Alejandro Kirk.
That's going to draw Pete Woodworth out to the hill. Even though there were some big misses, you have to give credit to Kirk. That's a spot a lot of guys might be anxious to do something, but so much trust in this lineup, he'll just take the walk and hand it off to Varsho.
And this Blue Jays crowd is starting to get loud.
Bit of dueling chance right now as Varsho gets set to hit with the bases loaded. Woodworth's meeting broken up by Marvin Hudson, the home plate ump. And the Mariner pitching coach jogs back over the line to the first base dugout.
This is a great situation to be in if you're Dalton Varsho. He knows that Bryce Miller has to throw strikes in this at-bat. There's nobody out. The bases are loaded. He cannot walk you.
In his career, Varsho hits .321 with the bases loaded and 5 grand slams. 1-0 Mariners. No outs, bases loaded. Miller's pitch. Foul back 0-1. That slider was right down the middle, and Varsho just got under it. He throws that again. This game could be in a much different spot. Varsho 0 for 1 with a pop out to second. 0-1 pitch. Inside.
And if you're Nathan Lucas, again, we've seen Cal Raleigh let a couple of balls get by him, a couple of important wild pitches in this series. You have to be ready for that.
It's Lucas on third, Guerrero on second, and Kirk on first, no outs. The 1-1. Hit back foul. Elevated four-seam fastball at 96, and Miller hunting an all-important strikeout here. Gets ahead 1-2.
Yeah, that's what he's going for in this situation. A strikeout is the most important thing.
Set at the chest, the righty Miller. The 1-2. Foul back. 95 a hair above the zone, and Varsho doing his best to spin it back into the netting and stay alive.
Shorten up that swing and put the ball in play. The Mariners are giving you that run from third base. Both middle guys are playing back, trying to get the double play.
Corners are kind of even with the bag, maybe a step behind it. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a back foot splitter. And there's one big out this inning for Bryce Miller. Everyone stays put, bases loaded.
That was a fantastic sequence from Miller. They were really locating at the top of the strike zone. And then he throws that good, hard split finger just below the strike zone. Cal Raleigh actually did a good job smothering that ball with the glove, keeping Nathan Lucas at third base.
Raleigh giving some signals to the defense, comes out from behind home plate. Ernie Clement is up. A guy notorious for contact. He should have had a hit in the second, but Leo Rivas made a fantastic leaping catch on a liner up the middle. 1-0 Mariners, top of the fourth, bases loaded and 1 out. Miller to Clement. Swinging bunt in front of home, picked up fair by Raleigh, steps on home for 1, throws down to first for an inning-ending double play. You couldn't have put it on a platter better. Cal Raleigh with a 2-3 double play, and John Schneider's going to go talk to Marvin Hudson about whether this was fair or foul. Either way, the Mariners have somehow escaped a bases-loaded, no-out jam, and they take a 1-0 lead to the bottom of the fourth inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
How do you like that? A 3-run blast!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
After After an improbable escape of a jam in the top of the fourth inning by Bryce Miller, we head to the bottom of the fourth where the Blue Jays still trail the Seattle Mariners 1-0. It's Game 4 of the American League, Game 5 of the American League Championship Series, and alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Kevin Gausman back out on the mound. Feels like a lot of momentum right now with Seattle. All Gausman can do is try and set down the middle of the order for Seattle. It's Naylor, Arozarena, and Suarez in the bottom of the fourth.
Kevin Gausman has settled in quite nicely here in that ball game. Gave up the home run early to Suarez, but he's starting to make his pitches. Hasn't quite found the release point on that fastball, but he's definitely looking better.
If you weren't with us about 3 minutes ago, somehow with one out and the bases loaded, Ernie Clement hit a ball that basically just dropped in front of home plate and didn't move. You could not have made it easier for Cal Raleigh to turn an inning-ending double play. And because of that, the Mariners still hold the lead on the Eugenio Suarez solo shot. Naylor to lead off the inning. A lot of energy at T-Mobile Park as Gausman offers home. And the pitch is hit foul 0-1. For one in the game, a ground out to first back in the first inning. 0-1. And he lines the ball toward left. On the run, Nathan Lucas. It's down. He cuts it off on a bounce. Naylor thinking about two, but Lucas with a nice cutoff and a good throw to second keeps it to a leadoff single for Naylor.
Yeah, that's really important that Nathan Lucas got to that baseball and was able to keep Naylor at first base. That sets up the double play. It really changes the way you pitch to Randy Arozarena as well. But another good swing from Josh Naylor, just muscling that ball down the line for a leadoff base hit.
Naylor's reached in his last 5 plate appearances 4 hits and a walk over this and last game. Arozarena up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase a slider in the dirt down and away. It's 0-1. Gausman used sliders against Arozarena to force a ground out to third in the second inning. He'd love a similar result here to try and turn 2. 0-1. Slider down and away. Taken this time by Arozarena. A ball and a strike. Gausman bouncing his left foot. Sets. And the 1-1. Hit on the ground towards second. IKF backing up. Bobbles throws to second 1, and that's the only out they'll get. A fielder's choice as Arozarena cruises into first, and there's 1 out.
IKF bobbled that baseball and stayed calm. A lot of infielders would try to do too much in that situation. IKF follows the ball to the ground, picks it up, and makes a good throw to second base to Andres Jimenez. I don't know if they get Randy Arozarena at first base anyway, so that's a good job getting the lead runner there.
IKF had to range a long way. Jimenez was playing way off second, so I tend to agree. I'm not sure they turn 2, but there is a runner on the pitch to Eugenio Suarez. Called a strike. A good slider on the outside corner, 0-1. Suarez is the difference in the game. His solo home run in the second as the Mariners up 1-0, bottom 4. Arozarena on first and 1 out. Step off throw to first. Arozarena back in. Close play though. 4 stolen bases for Randy Arozarena in this postseason. And 3 of them have been in this series. The 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike as Gausman yanked a slider down and away.
Randy Arozarena actually made a motion like he was going to steal. There's 1 out in this inning, so it's probably a good time for him to try to get to second base, get in a scoring position here. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes off.
He inches out his lead as Gausman sets. 1-1. Outside, a slide step and a miss with a 3rd straight slider. It's 2-1. Gausman sensing Arozarena might go there, went a little quickly and took a little off the slider. The 2-1 pitch. Hit high to center field, but not very deep. Right at Varsho in straightaway center. He makes the catch after coming in a couple steps and sends it back into Andres Jimenez. Arozarena walks back to first. 2 outs.
Little bit of a backup slider there. I think Kevin Gausman got away with one. Eugenio Suarez was frustrated after he hit that fly ball to center field, jammed him. Almost acted like a changeup and moved in the opposite direction.
It's worked for him, but he's gotten a little slider happy. Gausman and Kirk combined. 6 of the last 7 pitches for Gausman have been sliders. That's by far the least used pitch of his mix. 2 outs, J.P. Crawford up. Arozarena on first base still. Step off, throw to first, and a dive back in. Another close play, but Arozarena in there with a safe call from Quinn Walcott. If he's going to go, they're going to make him earn it. J.P. Crawford walked in the second. First pitch to him. Called strike. Gausman still using an abbreviated leg kick to go quicker to home.
I mean, you have to tip your cap to Kevin Gausman. He's varied his looks, varied his holds. He's thrown over a couple of times with Arozarena over there at first base, but I'm still surprised that he hasn't tried to swipe second.
The 0-1, there he goes, and he got a good jump. Pitch outside, and there's no throw. Arozarena was off quickly, maybe even just before Gausman motioned home. His 5th stolen base of the postseason, 4th of the series, and that changes things for Kevin Gausman. Now a base hit to the outfield could score a run.
You do have that open base at first base now, so you can be careful to J.P. Crawford here.
1-1 count. Arozarena on second to pitch. Crawford hits it high in the air, shallow center, moving forward to right center. Varsho makes a one-handed catch and ends the inning. Leadoff hit by Naylor, but a runner left on second in Arozarena. We go to the 5th, and the Mariners still clinging to that 1-0 lead. A lot of traffic for the Blue Jays. Can they finally cash in? We'll see when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Well, let's start the bidding out with 1,200. Do I have 1,200?
North Toronto Auction is going all unreserved and everything will be sold. A huge 2-day public live auction October 24th and 25th. Industrial equipment, light commercial vehicles, cars, trucks, and SUVs, all selling unreserved.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online, but trust us, it's way more exciting in person. Preview the lineup in person October 21st and 24th. View the entire selection at NorthTorontoAuction.com. Everything will be
So.
At Desjardins, we speak business. We speak equipment modernization. We're fluent in data digitization and expansion into foreign markets. And we can talk all day about streamlining manufacturing processes. Because at Desjardins Business, we speak the same language you do. Business. So join the more than 400,000 Canadian entrepreneurs who already count on us and contact Desjardins today. We'd love to talk business.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So, let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think you just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner. On pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Marlins payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. 1-0 Mariners, top of the 5th in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. 2 games aside right now in this ALCS, and another really good start against the Blue Jays so far for Bryce Miller. He's thrown 4 scoreless, but Chris, this feels a bit different than Game 1. Even though he gave up a run in Game 1, the Blue Jays have done much more so far in this game. They have not, though, capitalized on their opportunities yet.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't been as sharp as he was in Game 1. He's been pretty erratic with the fastball command, with that split command. The Blue Jays have had their chances. They just haven't been able to scratch together a couple of runs.
Miller faces the bottom third of the order here in the top of the 5th. Barger, Kiner, Falefa, Jimenez. Miller on 54 pitches so far, stretches his arms above his head and steps onto the first base side of the rubber. Right on left, first pitch of the fifth. Called strike, four-seamer, bottom middle of the zone. After Barger hits, we'll go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Big breath from Miller in the 0-1. Barger rips a liner, sinking in shallow left center and down for a base hit. Jammed him with 96. Barger with a hard turnaround first. Goes back to the bag with a leadoff single.
And I would be shocked if Isaiah Kiner-Falefa doesn't try to sacrifice him to second base here. But IKF is actually swinging the bat, so I guess you never know.
He does have 3 hits in his last 4 at-bats. And I don't know if he's going to see Bryce Miller. Dan Wilson is headed out to the mound right now, and he's going to make a pitching change. I'll admit, this is a little surprising. Bottom of the order, a runner on first, no outs, and they're going to take Miller out of this ball game. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. A well-deserved applause for Bryce Miller. No barking at the manager to keep him on the mound today so far. Miller walks off, and with this pitching change, we'll get to that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, but we'll do it back at Baseball Control with today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's indeed check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll start in Major League Baseball. After a 3-1 win last night, the Dodgers have a 3-0 series lead. Dodgers-Brewers Game 4 in the NLCS scheduled for later this evening. Goes in just over an hour. 8:38 p.m. Eastern, 5:38 p.m. Pacific. Shohei Ohtani scheduled to pitch for the Dodgers. Jose Quintana for the Brewers. This is the Dodgers' 7th trip to the NLCS in the last 10 years. Their 17th overall. What they have never done in their vaunted history is sweep a best-of-7 NLCS, so a chance to make some history tonight. First pitch, again, will be on Sportsnet, 8:38 p.m. Eastern, 5:38 p.m. Pacific. If you missed this, we had some news yesterday from John Heyman of sorts. Of course, the offseason rapidly approaching for everyone. The World Series, no matter who plays in it, will only take us to about the end of October, beginning of November, depending on how long it goes. But Heyman reporting that the Detroit Tigers and all-star pitcher and perhaps repeat Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal are negotiating a big-time extension, but that the two parties are $250 million apart in where they each are. The ask from Skubal's side, according to Heyman, is likely to be around $400 million. So that'll likely take some work, I'm guessing, to bridge that $250 million gap this offseason. Skubal, a free agent after the 2026 Major League Baseball season. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action at T-Mobile Park in Seattle with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Showed an aggressive move here in Game 5 of the ALCS. Bryce Miller, who is not allowed to run through 4+, is lifted from the ballgame with a runner on first and no outs. Dan Wilson has gone all the way up the leverage ladder to his setup man. Matt Brash is coming into the game to take on Isaiah Kiner-Falefa in this top of the 5th. It's 1-0 Seattle.
I think Dan Wilson just saw what we saw. Yes, he's getting outs, but he's gotten out of some tough situations, and he has been erratic with some of the pitches that he's thrown. I actually like this move here, bringing in one of your higher leverage guys.
Kiner-Falefa doubled last time up. He squares this time, pulls it back and takes low. Appeal to first, though, and Quinn Walcott said he held the bat in there too long. Strike one. IKF attempted to bunt in the 6th inning last night and could not get it down, but then did bunt successfully on a sacrifice in the 8th inning last night. Barger on first, no outs. Early square in the 0-1. Bunted foul. It's 0-2. IKF's more than likely got to swing away here. Bunting through one and then bunting one foul. It's an 0-2 count. And the nasty righty from Kingston, Ontario, Brash, comes set. 0-2. Lifted high to shallow left center. Racing back Crawford. Coming in Rodriguez. A long run to make the catch. Barger remains at first, and there's one out.
It's really difficult to sacrifice bunt. Unless you do it all the time, it's really tough to keep your nose in there, keep your body in there, especially against a guy like Brash who throws upper 90s and has some sink on the fastball. He got 2 sliders, actually, the first 2 pitches when he did try to attempt to sacrifice bunt. Unfortunately, couldn't come through.
Brash is a slider-heavy righty, also sinker, change, four-seamer, and curve. His pitch to Andres Jimenez hit foul, 0-1. Blue Jays out hitting the Mariners 4-3, but trail 1-0 in the top of the fifth. There's just these little plays here and there that have prevented them from scoring runs yet. 0-1. Swinging bunt up the first baseline. This could be a tough play for Brash. Bare hands, lobs it over the runner. Jimenez in a great stretch from Naylor out toward the field of play to bring it in for the out. That essentially works as a bunt as Barger moves up to second, but there are 2 outs.
And the Blue Jays have had a ton of 2-out RBIs in this series. George Springer coming up in a really big spot here. Addison Barger standing at second base, 2 outs. And you have that open base at first base, so I wouldn't be surprised if Brash and the Mariners decide to nibble here to George Springer, maybe even pitch around him with Nathan Lucas standing on deck, although Nathan Lucas has been pretty hot recently as well.
Pete Woodward, the pitching coach, is out there to talk to Brash. Now Brash and Raleigh still talking as Woodward turns back. And Marvin Hudson will finally make his way out to the hill.
That's probably what they're talking about. Hey, be careful with this guy. You don't need to throw him a heater down the middle.
Springer's 0 for 2 today, but he's come up big with a lot of big extra base hits in the postseason so far. Ryan Wu is moving around right now in the Seattle bullpen, and potentially part of lifting Miller early is that they could have an extended relief outing from Wu coming up. Runner on second, 2 outs, 1-0 Mariners. The pitch to Springer. High ball 1. Brash pitched a scoreless inning and a third yesterday. Is 1-0. Check swing, pitch outside, appeal to first, no swing, says Quinn Walcott. Looked pretty close to the naked eye. We'll get a side replay. It's 2-0.
Oh, boy, I thought that was a swing all day long.
They might not give us the side look. So we'll continue here, and it's 2-0 with Barger on second. The pitch. Springer hits it high and deep. Left center field. Rodriguez sprinting back at the wall. It's off the base of the fence. In to score Barger. Springer into second. They pitch to him, and he delivers with a game-time double. Springer slapping his hands down on second. It's 1-1 in the top of the fifth.
That's a mistake. Off the bat, George Springer actually thought that he got that ball. But with that base open at first base, you have to be careful with a guy like George Springer. Like I said, Nathan Lucas is swinging the bat well, but he's not George Springer. You be careful with George Springer, and if you end up walking him, move on to the next guy. That's a big mistake from the Seattle Mariners pitching staff.
Now Lucas looks to give the Blue Jays the lead. The first pitch is inside. A check swing. He did not go. Ball 1. Run will go on the lineup. Bryce Miller. Matt Brash into the game here in the fifth. Runner on second, 2 outs, the 1-0. Called strike. Borderline pitch. Top inner part of the zone, 1-1. For George Springer, it's his 10th hit of the postseason. 8 of them have gone for extra bases. 5 doubles, 3 homers. He's got to lead off second, and time is called from behind home plate. Cal Raleigh asked for it, and that'll count as the first disengagement for Matt Brash. I think there was a miscommunication potentially on the pitch count.
There's a big hole on the left side of that infield, too. Again, the Seattle Mariners are giving that 6 hole to Nathan Lucas. We know he can go that way.
7 RBIs in 8 games. 1-1. Check swing. He was fooled there by a slider right down the middle. Called strike. It's 1-2. George Springer clapping at second base, trying to fire up Lucas. And Lucas will ask for time. Springer had his hands up, pushing them down, trying to calm down Lucas, who is 30, has a lot of experience in pro ball, but is in his first playoff run of his career. 1-1 game, top of the fifth. Runner on second, 2 outs, and the 1-2. Way outside, missed with a changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And I can guarantee right now, with 2 strikes on him, Nathan Lucas has shortened up, and he's looking to go the other way. Again, they're giving him that big hole.
Sitting 345 in the playoffs, Lucas. 2-2. Way outside again with a change. Interesting in this big spot, Brash has gone to his 3rd most used pitch back-to-back.
And I
I can almost guarantee that he does not want to lose Nathan Lucas with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. standing on deck.
Yeah, you got to be in swing mode if you're Lucas. Full count, 2 outs and a runner on second. Brash deals. Outside ball 4, a walk to Lucas, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is up with first and second 2 outs.
What an at-bat from Nathan Lucas. The crowd doesn't like that call, but Cal Raleigh pulled that back over the plate. That ball was about half a ball off the plate outside, and now a gigantic spot in this ball game. Brash versus Vladimir Guerrero Jr. here with runners at first and second and 2 outs.
He's 1 for 1 with a double and an intentional walk. Brash deals. Inside, missed with a sinker, ball 1.
Honestly, even with runners at first and second, I would still be careful to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. here. I'm not messing around if I'm Brash.
15 pitches in the inning for Matt Brash, the Canadian. 1-0. Down and away, 2-0. And those first 2 are pretty careful. That's well in and then well down and away. And now Vladdy can get big, so you almost have to be extra careful. Cal Raleigh's stepping out in front of home, going to the pitch comm on his right thigh, giving signals to the defense, and he puts his pinky and his pointer finger up, reminding everyone there are 2 outs in the inning.
I would imagine they're not going to challenge him over the heart of the plate, but I was wrong earlier in the ballgame with Cal Raleigh. I might be wrong here.
Lucas on first, Springer on second. 1-1 game, 2 outs, top of the 5th. The 2-0 to Vlad. Called strike. Really good pitch, 96, comeback sinker, started out and broke back into the zone, 2-1.
It's actually a good take. It's not what Vlad's looking for. He's looking for something on the inner third.
The kick and the pitch. Check swing, breaking ball down and away. It's 3-1. You could hear Guerrero from all the way up here yell no as he tried to hold off the swing.
He's locked in, isn't he?
He really is. He is 16 for 34 in the playoffs with 2 doubles and 5 home runs. He's driven in 11. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got too antsy there. The slider broke well down and away. It's a full count.
Just guess fastball there. That's all that was. He was expecting a fastball, guessing fastball, and he was wrong.
Brash has got to cup his left ear to hear the pitch comm. Runners will be off on the pitch. Lucas from first and Springer from second with a full count and 2 outs. And Brash steps off. A run in this inning for the Blue Jays has tied the game at 1. Brash sets, full count, 2 outs. The pitch home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He punched out Vladdy on his sinker, but Matt Brash gives up the RBI double to George Springer, and the Blue Jays with a run on 2 hits tie the game at 1. Middle of the 5th inning, Game 5 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
You're hosting the perfect evening at home, relaxing at the cottage, or working at your small business. Suddenly, the power goes out. No lights, no Wi-Fi, no TV. But your Kohler backup generator from Paramount Power Systems kicks in automatically. No scrambling, no downtime, just peace of mind. For every power outage, Kohler and Paramount Power Systems have you covered. Visit ParamountPower.com for your free quote. Kohler and Paramount Power Systems. Power when you need it most.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight Driver Assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Welcome back to T-Mobile Park in Seattle. The Blue Jays got on the board in the top of the fifth with a George Springer RBI double. It's 1-1 as we begin the bottom half. We also welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, Phil Holter, our technical directors. Pitching in a tie game for the first time since the second, Kevin Gausman faces 8-9-1 in the Seattle order here in the fifth inning.
Just pound that strike zone, especially with 8-9 coming up to the plate. Pound that strike zone, get early contact, get 2 quick outs here.
Really important, if you can, to retire the side in order this inning, because the guy due up fourth is Cal Raleigh. Dominic Canzone will lead it off. He's 2 for 20 in the postseason. However, he should have had a hit in the second if not for a sliding catch by Addison Barger. Right on left, Gausman offers home. Swing and a miss. He's got some kind of movement on the splitter so far today. A lot of swings and misses. It's 0-1. Gausman rocks and deals. And the pitch hit on the ground foul, 0-2.
Sounded like Dominic Canzone broke his bat. Yeah, he did. He's going to walk back and get a new bat. But you're right. That split finger, although it hasn't been located perfectly today, it has a ton of movement. And the swings tell me that it looks exactly like the fastball. That's probably the most important thing with the split finger.
New piece of lumber for Canzone. He'll step back in an 0-2 count. There's movement going on in both bullpens right now. 0-2 pitch. High and outside. In the Blue Jay pen, it's a little bit more stretching, moving around. There is a reliever with his sweatshirt off, but no one is actually heating up yet. In the Seattle pen, they've already brought in a reliever, Matt Brash, in the top of the fifth, and Brian Wu, usually a starter, is heating up in left center. 1-2. Canzone slaps at a ball and pops it up, third base foul. Clement over the chalk, makes the catch on the grass, and there's one out.
That's an important first.
On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Game 4 of the National League Championship Series is about an hour away, a little less than that, between the Dodgers and the Brewers. Gausman's 1-0. Down and in 2-0. Shohei Ohtani and Jose Quintana match up for the Dodgers and Brewers, respectively. Brewers trying to keep their season alive despite winning a Major League Best 96 during the regular season. The Dodgers 1 win away from returning to the World Series. They've lost 1 game so far in these playoffs, and that includes the wild card round. Gausman's 2-0 to Rivas. Down and in ball 3. Our out-of-town score is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Gausman got to go after Rivas here. 1 for 8 in the playoffs. You can't afford walking.
Yeah, you can't lose him. Julio Rodriguez is standing on deck, and then Cal Raleigh after him. It's an important couple of pitches coming up here.
Blue Jays just tied it up. 3-0. Just off the plate inside ball 4. Borderline pitch, doesn't get the call from Hudson. A 4-pitch walk issued to Leo Rivas.
And I think if you're John Schneider, you can definitely get something up here in this situation. I think that phone down there is ringing in that bullpen.
Probably part of the reason that Alejandro Kirk is going to walk out to the hill right now. And Pete Walker jogs out of the Blue Jay dugout to the mound. The entire infield will join on the hill. Looks like Brendan Little is beginning to throw in left field for the Blue Jays. Mound meeting over now, and Gausman going up against Rodriguez. He's forced 2 flyouts from Julio Rodriguez so far. 1 to center, 1 to right.
I'm not sure who Brendan Little would be coming in to face. Cal Raleigh's a switch hitter. Jorge Polanco's a switch hitter. And then, of course, you have Josh Naylor, who's just a left-handed hitter.
To me, that says Naylor, that they might, that they're probably going to stick with Gausman here for the top third. And they have wanted to turn around switch hitters in the past in this series, but both Raleigh and Polanco hit well from both sides. Runner on first, 1 out, 1-1 score, bottom 5. The pitch to Julio Rodriguez. And it's line straight away, center right at Dalton Varsho. He'll make the catch. Rivas back to first. Good contact, but Rodriguez squared it up too much. Sent it right back where it came from. 2 outs.
Yeah, he hit that ball right on the screws. Kevin Gausman will take that all day long. Dalton Varsho took about 5 or 6 steps back, made an easy play out there, but now you have a big at-bat against Cal Raleigh.
This is no easy task. Gausman has pitched to Raleigh twice in this game with no one on base, which is a lot different than a runner on first. Raleigh up in a 1-1 game. Blue Jays just tied it. There's 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. With Rivas on first, a step-off throw to first, and Rivas dives back in. You'd have to imagine he's not going to make the same mistake as he did last night when Scherzer picked him off.
He better not.
Gausman's pitch home to Cal Raleigh. Bounce to the plate, scooped up by Kirk, took it off the chest and then snapped at it with his mitt. 1-0. Through 2 rounds, Kevin Gausman and Cal Raleigh, it's an even scorecard. Each has won 1 battle. Raleigh had a double in the first, stranded on second. Gausman punched him out in the third. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to wave at his splitter off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If you're going to throw another splitter, don't try to throw it for a strike. You better get that thing down, get on top of it.
He actually got on the side of that one, but it worked in his favor. Run. Looks out to Gausman. 2 outs and a runner on first. 1-2 pitch. Foul back. Went up with the fastball to speed him up at 96. Raleigh got to him.
Changed the eyesight, the eye line of Cal Raleigh with that elevated fastball at 96. And now you can go back to the split finger, although Cal Raleigh is probably looking for that split finger now after seeing that fastball.
Gausman rocks and offers. Bounced in front of home. Kirk took it off the chest and pinned it. Again, looking back, the runner at first, Leo Rivas. It's 2-2. Gausman stretches his arms above his head. 77 pitches into this outing. The 2-2. Lifted off the end of the bat to left field, a lazy fly ball. Lucas curls in and makes the grab. Kevin Gausman strands a runner, getting Cal Raleigh for a second time in this game. We'll go on to the 6th. Still 1-1. Blue Jays and Mariners, Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at Screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays win an 11th in a row at home.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We We've waited a couple days for it, but we have a close game in this series again. With Richard Sherman, the former Seahawk, waving his towel in a box at T-Mobile Park, we get set for the top of the 6th inning. The Blue Jays won. The Mariners won. Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. A very interesting pitching change now for Dan Wilson and the Mariners. The pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Usually a starter, but coming back from the injured list, Bryan Woo is on the mound right now as a reliever for Seattle.
Yeah, and he's never appeared as a reliever in the regular season. 70 games started for Woo. This is a risk, but it could pay off for Dan Wilson. He could come out there and pitch exactly like he did for the majority of the 2025 season, which was fantastic.
It was pec inflammation that held him out of the DS. He couldn't start in this CS, not stretched out enough, but he pitches here in a huge spot. He'll face Alejandro Kirk, the wind in the pitch. Swing and a rocket to right center. That ball's going to split the outfielders and bounce into the fence. Kirk is tearing around second. Here's the throw from Canzone. It's cut off, and Alejandro Kirk smokes a double the other way on Woo's first pitch of the game.
What a swing from Alejandro Kirk. He knows that Woo wants to throw a strike in this situation. He wants to get ahead of the first batter, and he was all over it. He hammered that thing the other way into the gap.
It's a 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer for Woo, which on the Mariners side, it is a good sign. He's got the usual velocity on his first pitch, but immediately he's in deep here with Dalton Varsho coming up. Josh Naylor plays back at first, Suarez in at third. I wouldn't be shocked if Varsho, who often bunts for base hits, drags one toward first here. It is Kirk, though, on second base. Woo's pitch. Varsho swinging away, cuts and misses, 0-1.
Another good heater at 96 miles an hour. Well located, too, on the inside part. He looks relatively normal out there.
A heavy fastball guy, four-seamer, sinker, slider, sweeper change for Bryan Woo. Next pitch, Varsho does bunt, and he pops it up foul. Pitch was high, and he tilted his bat up to get to it. Now he's behind 0-2. Bryan Woo is coming off a stellar all-star season, 15-7 in 30 starts with a 2.94 ERA, struck out over a batter an inning. Kirk on second, no outs in the 0-2. Fouled away. Get the runner over if you're Dalton Varsho, who's 0 for 2 in this game, a pop-up and a strikeout. 0-2. High, ball and 2 strikes.
That's a good take. Look comfortable in that batter's box. Like you said, you want to move that guy from second to third base. Get that ball over to the right side of the infield.
1-1 game, no outs, top of the 6th. A look at Kirk on second in the 1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was a sinker that started near the torso of Varsho, and he ducked back out of the way, 2-2. Woo's not fully stretched out, but could be in this game for multiple innings. It's a very taxed Seattle bullpen. 2-2. Inside, ball 3. Raleigh yanked it back in, but that was about a ball inside off the plate. Full count. Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of an easy take for Varsho. Looking at the overhead view, that went over the chalk on the inner part of the lefty batter's box. Full count, no outs. Woo deals. And Varsho lifts it out to left field pretty shallow. J.P. Crawford, the shortstop, is back. And Rosarena waves him off to come in and make the catch. 1 out.
And Alejandro Kirk is still at second base. And the reason why I say that is because he's not scoring necessarily on a base hit to the outfield. If he gets to third base with 1 out, he's scoring for sure on a base hit. It's an important out for Woo, keeping Alejandro Kirk at second base.
Here comes a guy who's known for hitting the line drives, Ernie Clement. Bounced into that real unlucky double play in the 4th and lined out on a leaping catch up the middle in the 2nd. He's 0 for 2. The pitch. Grounded foul. Third base side. It's 0-1. has 2 previous outings against the Blue Jays in his career. He started against them in July of 2023, gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. And then this year in Toronto on April 18th, gave up 3 in 7 innings. His 0-1. Check swing, pitch up and in, appeal down to first. No swing, says Quinn Walcott. A ball and a strike. In that start this year, Santander hit a sac fly-off woo. So did Alan Rodin. And then Alejandro Kirk had an RBI single. Kirk double to start this inning. The 1-1. Clement flips the line drive to shallow right center, a base hit. Kirk around third. He'll get the wave. Throw from Canzone. Way up the line. Kirk scores. Clement into second. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the 6th. Ernie delivers. And Kirk on his horse to give the Blue Jays the lead.
That was a last-second decision from third base coach Carlos Fablis. He was watching how right fielder Dominic Canzone would field that baseball. It wasn't a clean fielding job by him out there. He was looking towards second base when he fielded it. Carlos Fablis waves Alejandro Kirk home, and he actually got home pretty easily for the second run of the ball game for the Toronto Blue Jays.
We just saw the replay. He was flying around third into home. Pitch to Addison Barger now is hit back foul 0-1. And now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a towel waving off Kirk. Getting him a little bit of air in the dugout. It's the first Blue Jay lead of the game. Kirk double, Clement single, and Ernie's on second. 0-1 to Barger. And it's chopped to the right side, fielded at second, Leo Rivas. Clement takes off for third, and the throw to first gets Barger. 2 outs. Let's go Blue Jays chance. Again, we're heard at T-Mobile Park. For what it's worth, the Mariners led this game 1-0 with a runner on first, no outs in the top of the 5th when they took Bryce Miller out of the game, and since the Blue Jays have scored 2 unanswered. We understood the move at the time, but just something to know. Pitch to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, runner on third, 2 outs, and the pitch is up and in, ball 1.
And Brendan Little has actually sat down there in that bullpen, and Louis Varlin is now getting loose. I don't know if he's going to come into this ball game. Kevin Gausman hasn't looked too bad.
Gausman's thrown 5 innings, a 1-run ball. Gave up a solo homer in the second. That's it. 1-0 to IKF. Called strike. Kiner-Falefa 1 for 2 with a double and a flyout. He came up last time trying to sacrifice, couldn't get it down, and then flew out to shallow center. Ernie Clement's the runner on third. A 2-1 Blue Jay lead, top of the 6th. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, ball 2. The quality of stuff has been there for Wu, but there have been some pitches over the heart of the plate. 2-1. Swing and a miss. That's a really good breaking ball right there.
Looked like IKF was looking for a heater there in that situation.
It's Verge with a first pitch double. Ernie Clement knocks him in, and it's 2-1 Blue Jays, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The sixth inning in Seattle, and the Blue Jays right now on top of the Seattle Mariners. 2-1 is the score in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. Alejandro Kirk set up the top of the sixth run with a double off Brian Wu, and then an RBI single from Ernie Clement. And for the first time in the game, Kevin Gausman will pitch with the lead. He comes back out for the bottom of the sixth on 78 pitches. And it is not an easy inning for him either. The slate shows Jorge Polanco, Josh Naylor, and Randy Arozarena in this bottom of the sixth. 3, 4, 5 in the Mariners' order.
As Kevin Gausman gets ready to toe the rubber, Louis Varland continues to get loose in that Blue Jays bullpen.
Third baseman Clement plays in. Everyone else shifted back in toward first. Switch hitter batting left Polanco awaits the first pitch. Here it is. High, ball one. Gausman's allowed 3 hits so far. The solo home run by Suarez knocked in the run. That came in the second. He also gave up a double to Raleigh in the first and a single in the fourth to Naylor. 1-0 to Polanco. Swing and a miss. Polanco has been all out of sorts with the splitter tonight. Gausman's punched him out twice on split fingers.
Yeah, he's had 3 or 4 awkward swings in this ball game on the split finger. If I'm Kevin Gausman, why throw anything else? Just locate that split finger down in the strike zone.
Stepping out from behind home plate right now is Marvin Hudson. Andres Jimenez needed to tie his shoes at shortstop. Kevin Gausman brings his hands together, bouncing his lead left foot. And the 1-1. Outside, missed with a splitter, got on the side of it. 2 balls, 1 strike. Kick in the 2-1. Fastball on the corner, really well located and clearly surprised Polanco. Called strike 2-2.
And now that you've shown that you can locate that fastball at the bottom of the strike zone, Polanco has to respect that location now. So you can throw that split finger at the bottom and have it drop below the strike zone. That's really important here in this at-bat.
No outs, base is empty. Clement backs up. The 2-2. Down and in with a splitter, ball out of the hand, full count.
Yeah, he yanked it just a little bit, trying to do too much with that pitch.
Josh Naylor waiting on deck. And Louis Varland still throwing in the pen. Gausman at 83 pitches. Blue Jays holding on to a 2-1 lead. The 3-2. On the ground, over the mound, softly hit, charging Jimenez. Gloves, throws to first to get the sprinting Polanco, and he absolutely jammed him right there. Actually off the end of the bat, pardon me, with the splitter. 1 out.
Wasn't his best split finger of the day. It was a little bit of a floater, but it acted like a changeup, and Jorge Polanco was way out in front of it. Andres Jimenez just vacuums that thing up. Makes a perfect throw across the diamond for the first out. A very important first out with Josh Naylor coming to the plate.
With Naylor up, we'll take a look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. But first with 1 out here in Seattle to pitch home. Swing and a miss. Big hack there, way out in front of the splitter. Mentioned it earlier, but if you weren't with us, Dodgers-Brewers coming up in about 30 minutes in Los Angeles. Dodgers up 3-0 in the series. trying to make another World Series. Low. Should the Dodgers win and advance today, it would be their 5th World Series appearance since 2017. Lost in 17 and 18, won in 2020, and won in 2024.
It's almost becoming old hat for them.
They are ridiculous. 1-1 to Naylor. And he lines it up the middle. A one-hopper backhanded on the grass. Andres Jimenez. Crow hops, delivers a strike over to first. Naylor retired. 2 outs for Kevin Gausman, who's looking as sharp as ever here in this 6th.
That fastball absolutely ate up Josh Naylor on the inner part, right at the hands. That tells me that he's looking soft. He's looking split finger out over the plate. What a good sequence. What a good choice from Kirk, from Gausman, just blowing him up for the 2nd out.
Our out-of-town scores were brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Gausman helping the Blue Jays maintain a 2-1 lead in Seattle. Randy Arozarena up with 2 outs. The pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Muscle-bound right-handed hitter is 0 for 2. Ground out to third, and then a ground ball fielder's choice. He hit it on the ground to second last time he was up. 1-0. Up and in. 2 balls, no strikes.
You want to get back in this count here, especially with Suarez standing on deck.
You also can't give Randy a cookie, though. He had 27 homers this year.
A good strike here.
Yeah. 2-0. Down and away, ball 3. Went to the slider, interestingly, and missed down and away 3-0.
I'm wondering if this is Kevin Gausman's last batter. He's already given up a home run to Eugenio Suarez earlier in this ball game.
Pete Walker did just go down from the front fence of the dugout to the dugout phone. Call down to the bullpen. 3-0. Down and away, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk. And we got our eyes on John Schneider right now.
He's thinking about it, that's for sure.
And Schneider will head out there, and he makes the point quickly. So that will do it for Kevin Gausman. A 4-pitch walk after getting 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and with a runner on base. And again, 2 outs. The Blue Jays up 2-1. It's time for a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. The Blue Jays' hardest thrower, Louis Varland, about to enter the game to face Eugenio Suarez. We'll be back in a sec. Let's send it back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll check in on the NBA. The regular season will get started next Tuesday, so we're less than a week away from tip-off on the 2025-26 season. The Raptors are actually in action right now as preseason play at Scotiabank Arena continues against the Nets. It is 60-50 Raptors with about 3 minutes to go in the first half. You can listen to that game on the alternate stream on Sportsnet 590, sportsnet.ca/590. But one way or another, tonight is the preseason finale. The Raptors have their season opener, regular season opener on Wednesday against the Hawks in Atlanta. And then next Friday, it'll be their home opener against the Bucks at Scotiabank Arena. Speaking of those Bucks, some retirement news. The other day, former second-round Bucks pick Malcolm Brogdon announced his retirement after 9 NBA seasons. He most recently played for the Knicks, but had been named the Rookie of the Year for the Bucks in 2016-17 and was the 6th Man of the Year in 2023 as well. And don't forget, before we get you back to Seattle, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls and texts. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text them as well, including right now if you like. 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action at T-Mobile Park with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays get into their bullpen here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Admiral job done by Kevin Gausman, very similar to his start in Game 1, and we'll see if the bullpen can pick him up with Arozarena on first and 2 outs. It's the flamethrower, right-hander Louis Varland into the game to face Eugenio Suarez.
It's a big spot for Louis Varland. He's had some success in the playoffs.
He started implementing that changeup, especially to left-handed hitters, but you have to make your pitches to Suarez. He already has a home run in this ball game off of Kevin Gausman.
And it is the fourth time in 5 games that the Mariners will see Louis Varland. Overall in the postseason, he's allowed 3 earned runs in 7 innings. All of the runs have come in on homers. The pitch, slide step, and he missed high at 97, ball 1. He'll sit around 98 with his four-seamer, and he can touch 101 at his best. Complements that with a knuckle curve, and then also occasionally goes changeup, slider, or sinker. Arozarena on first, 1-0. Check swing, pitch down and away. Did he go? Quinn Walcott says no. It's pretty close to the naked eye. It's 2-0 now, which is dangerous with Suarez, who homered earlier and homered 49 times in the regular season. Blue Jays just took the lead in the top half of the inning. Varland's 2-0. Low ball 3. Varland looking out to center for a moment. Wiped the back of his neck, blew into his right hand. He and Gausman have combined to throw 7 straight balls here after there were 2 outs, bases empty in the inning. 3-0. Called strike. Flipped in a slider right on the corner to make it 3-1. I mean, you can't throw something right down the middle to Suarez. He's just too dangerous. Guy with over 300 career home runs. 3-1 pitch. Called high. That had all sorts to the top of the zone, but that's going to be ball 4. Suarez gifted first up to second base. Goes Randy Arozarena. John Schneider giving it to Marvin Hudson, kind of dumbfounded at that call. So is Don Mattingly right beside him.
Yeah, that was definitely a strike. But if you're Louis Varland, first base as well, jumping around over there.
0-1. Down and away with a changeup. Good take by Crawford leaning over the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. After that walk to Suarez, more walks for the Mariners in this game than hits. 4 walks, 3 hits. The 1-1 pitch. Down and in, 2-1.
Probably wouldn't be a terrible time for a mound visit here. I want to slow the heart rate of Louis Varland.
2-1 Blue Jays, 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 6th. The 2-1 pitch, and it's off the end of the bat, a bouncer to third. Clement charges to grab it, throws across to first, big pitch, and a fist bump by Louis Varland. He strands a pair to keep the Blue Jays in front. 2-1 Blue Jays through 6 innings. 7th is coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
7th inning At T-Mobile Park, we welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Technical directors today are Lloyd Glazer and Phil Holter, Tom Young as well. Host and producer is Joe Allen alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Couple big pitches from Louis Varland, picking up Kevin Gausman to finish off the bottom of the sixth. And as we enter the seventh inning, the Blue Jays are clinging to a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he made a big pitch when he had to J.P. Crawford. Didn't look totally comfortable out there on that mound with Randy Arozarena at first base and Eugenio Suarez in the batter's box. But boy, oh boy, when he needed to, he made a big pitch, got the Blue Jays out of that inning. And here comes Andres Gimenez to lead off this inning.
Yet to see a big swing in this game from Andres Gimenez, but given what he's done in the series, it could happen at any time. He'll face Brian Wu, who entered last inning in relief for his 2025 postseason debut. 9-1-2 for the Blue Jays. Springer on deck. Gimenez, the left-handed hitter at the plate. Wu brings the glove up, winds and deals. Gimenez hits it foul. Four-seamer on the outer third, but another pitch kind of over the middle of the plate. We saw some inconsistency in location from Wu. It's 0-1. Next offering. Hit hard on the ground at second, gobbled up near the stomach by Leo Rivas. He throws to first. Nice play over at second. It was hit pretty hard, and there's one out.
Andres Gimenez, although he's out there on that play, he continues to make really good contact, just squaring up everything.
When Brian Wu came in, they weren't booing, they were wooing. This time they are booing. George Springer up, and his double tied the game in the fifth. He's 1 for 3. It's now 2-1 Blue Jays in the seventh. The kick and the pitch. Inside ball one. After a somewhat tough DS for George Springer, he has exploded in the championship series. The 1-0. Called strike. Good curveball landed right at the knees. One out, base is empty. Shift toward third base in the infield. And the 1-1. Hit him. Fastball got Springer on the knee. And the training staff is out to check on George Springer, who's still down right now. That was 96 on the kneecap.
Yeah, he is in extreme pain right now. Boon Chung is out there with John Schneider.
Right off the top of the knee. Got the left leg out of the way, but it exposed his right leg in doing so. Obviously, not even remotely any intent from Brian Wu on that. Just a sinker that got away from him. But that's about as painful of a spot as it gets.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he's able to stay in this ball game. My goodness.
Combine the fact as well that he's the DH, so he's not in the field. It's already the seventh. He's really got to feel okay for them to want to stick with him as a runner. They could make a switch.
And like you said, obviously no intent. Wu was just trying to come inside with a fastball, maybe move him off the plate, but just got away from him. Unfortunately, landed right in that kneecap, that right kneecap of George Springer.
Springer is sitting up now, but still hasn't gotten to his feet, and his head is still down. He appears to be in a ton of pain. He's turning over now, trying to get up. Don't like him. I'm not sure boos when a guy's hurt is really fair, but there is a good contingent of Mariner fans clapping as well. And Springer's starting to try to make his way toward first. It's in a bit of a limp, but I think he's going to remain in this ball game, or at least try.
Yeah, he's slowly making his way down to first base. I'm sure he's just testing it out, seeing how it feels. He just stopped about 15 feet from home plate.
I don't know if he can make it. He stopped his hands on his knees. He's hunched over. I mean, he is seriously limping as he goes down to first.
I mean, like you said, he's the DH, so he might not even technically get another AB in this ball game.
His walk is getting better as he goes further down the line, but again, it looks like he's going to stay in. He does not look like a guy that can get into a sprint right now. He's starting to jog with a noticeable limp beyond first base.
Yeah, you don't love the boos.
The fans have been great. I don't want to make it more than it is. I do think when we're talking about a guy being injured, I think it's a little more than the game, and now they're going to cheer because he's going off the field. But they paid the price of admission. They can say what they want. George Springer is going to go off the field exiting this game. Hopefully it is just an incredibly painful bruise. And Joey Loperfido is in to run for him.
Well, the good news is the Blue Jays have an off day tomorrow, so he can get some treatment. Hopefully that thing feels better by Sunday.
For a team already missing Bo Bichette and Anthony Santander, among others. They are reliant on George Springer in a lot of ways. Loperfido on first, one out. Nathan Lucas up to the plate. And Brian Wu's pitch. Inside ball one.
It almost looked like Joey Loperfido wanted to take second base there. Might not be a bad spot. Nathan Lucas up, a guy that has hits for contact. Guy in motion over there at first base.
1-0. Fouled away. Over the netting left side into the second deck. Seats it pinballs its way back down into the 100 level. 1-1. Loperfido has not run a ton in his big league career, but he is fast, no doubt. The 1-1, he takes off for second, and the pitch is chopped at a bouncer beyond the mound. Charging Suarez, throws on the run to first. Nice play to get Nathan Lucas. Up to second goes Loperfido. Looked like a hit and run there, and Lucas almost pulled off a swinging bunt for an infield hit. Instead, he's retired. He goes to 1 for 3, and Loperfido's in scoring position for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's not going to hit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they intentionally walk him here. Although Alejandro Kirk,
it's true,
is swinging a hot bat right now.
Kirk doubled off Wu, but yeah, they're not going to pitch to him. Intentional walk to Vladdy. Second time they walk him intentionally in the game. And I think this is the move where you'll sleep a lot easier if you're Dan Wilson. Regardless of what Kirk does, I don't think you want to let Vlad do some damage.
You don't let Aaron Judge beat you. You don't let Cal Raleigh beat you. And you certainly don't let Vladimir Guerrero Jr. beat you. Like you said, probably sleep better at night, even if Alejandro Kirk comes through with a base hit here.
But Kirk did smash a double into the gap in right center in the 6th inning. It was the first pitch of Wu's appearance, and Kirk came around to score in the 6th to give the Blue Jays their 2-1 lead. The pitch. And Kirk hits it foul. Hanging breaking ball that Wu got away with. 0-1. Loperfido on second, Guerrero on first. 2-1 Blue Jay advantage. 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. Blue Jays have left 6 on base and gone 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position. It does feel like they should have more. They're only up 1, even though they're out hitting the Mariners 7-3. 0-1 offering. Kirk with a swinging bunt toward the hill, scrambling toward third. Wu gloves, throws over to first across the line, but in time, and a good stretch by Naylor to bring it in. A hit batter and a walk in the inning. The Blue Jays do not score as they strand a pair and take a 2-1 lead to the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Hey, this is David Schneider. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, and Phil Holter, our technical directors. Show Ali, our host and producer. And this is the closest game in this series since Game 1. The Blue Jays leading 2-1 over the Mariners. Game 5 of the championship. It's 8-9-1 in the Seattle order. It begins with Dominic Canzone, who has struggled in the playoffs, but Dan Wilson stuck with him. First pitch is just a hair low with a changeup, ball 1. Canzone has started every game this series. He had a really strong regular season, hit 382 games, but he's 2 for 21 in the postseason. 1-0. Called strike, zips it to the inside corner at 98. That's classic Louis Varland, 1-1.
Yeah, Dominic Canzone didn't like that call. Visibly frustrated, but that definitely clipped the bottom part.
The wind and the 1-1. Down and in, off the glove of Kirk to the backstop. 2 balls and a strike.
8-9-1 in this inning. You have to go after the 8th and the 9th hitters for sure. Although Dominic Canzone, like you said, does have a little bit of juice. 11 home runs this year.
Action in both pens. 2-1 pitch. Canzone hits it deep down the left field line. Lucas racing to the corner. At the fence. Is it gone? It's foul. Wide of the pole. Canzone was already around first, and for now, it's a long, loud second strike. It's 2-2. Dan Wilson is asking for the challenge, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah, we'll get a review here. I mean, that's pretty clearly a foul ball. That's a good call by Ben May down that left field line.
It's really tough luck for Canzone. He missed hitting the pole by what? 4 inches, maybe half a foot?
The call on the field is foul ball. We have a crew chief review for potential home run.
At the same time, this should be a 10-second review.
Yeah, maybe less. Maybe less, Ben. That's a pretty easy call down that left field line. There's a dark green wall, and then you have that vibrant yellow pole, and you can very clearly see that ball is foul.
Yeah, it crosses in front of the pole. The spin or direction of the ball never changes. It's a crew chief review, I should say. So that means the Mariners aren't using a challenge, and it's a quick one. The mic didn't work, but reading lips of Marvin Hudson, the ruling on the field was confirmed. It was a foul ball. The Mariners don't lose a challenge. They still have both, and Canzone came within inches, maybe a foot, of tying this game instead. It's still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You could tell that was the right call by the reaction from the crowd. No boos, no nothing. They knew exactly what they were looking at up in that big board in center field.
But you mentioned the pop of Canzone. That was the other way. He almost left the yard. See if it changes the way Varland pitches. 2 ball, 2 strike count, no outs, bottom 7, and a 2-1 Blue Jay lead. Varland's pitch. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Appeal to third. He got him. Doug Eddings rings up Dominic Canzone. And Canzone just walks back to the dugout instead of trying to go down to first on the drop third strike. There's one out.
Yeah, Canzone didn't like that call. The crowd didn't like that call. We're getting a side view right now. It's close, but it looked like he went to me.
I mean, somewhere in that coin flip zone. I don't think... Oh, actually, looking at the next side view, I think he definitely went, but... Either way, it's an out called by Eddings, and the pitch down to Leo Rivas. Just low ball one.
I think that was more frustration that Canzone didn't get that home run from the crowd, from Canzone himself. He ends up striking out for the first out of the inning.
2-1 Blue Jays. One out, bottom 7. The 1-0. Called strike. We're here in the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Leo Rivas with a walk and a strikeout swinging in this game. Next pitch. Low, 2-1. Barlin's gotten the outs he's needed to, but he's been a bit scattered in this outing.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that there's a small amount of nerves in this situation for Louis Barlin.
17 pitches, only 7 strikes. The 2-1 called strike. Make that his 8th strike. In 18 pitches, it's 2-2.
Throw that pitch again. Don't mess around, especially with Julio Rodriguez standing on deck.
That pitch was a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Rivas has asked for time, adjusting his sleeves on his undershirt beneath his white jersey. Now he bounces his bat off the plate twice and spins around the bat twice in a 360 motion. 2-2 pitch. Foul back. Job by Rivas. 98 on the outside edge. He spoiled it.
Yeah, just a well-located fastball. To the number 9 guy, I tend to think just go right at him with something hard.
2-2 again. Down and away, ball 3. I mean, at this point, it's a guy who played 48 games this year, with all due respect to him, and has 1 hit in the postseason. I think you throw 98 over the middle and see what happens.
Yeah, you take your chances with him, for sure.
The payoff pitch. Rounded foul. He threw the changeup right to the corner. Great pitch. But Rivas got the bat to it. Still 3-2.
Yeah, great pitch. Even better job staying alive. Tough to make contact with that pitch when you're expecting 99, 100 miles an hour from Louis Barlin.
Three-two again. Lifted out to left center. Lazy fly ball in the gap for Varsho, who waves off Lucas. Now Lucas makes the call, and the catch coming in. And there are 2 outs. Actually, I think that was Varsho doing the thing that your Little League coach will tell you definitely not to do, which was pointing at Nathan Lucas to catch it. But they do a lot of hand signals in the outfield because it can get so loud, especially in these playoff environments. That was something Varsho and Kevin Kiermaier adopted a couple years back.
Yeah, and that's an easier play for the left fielder. More so on the left field, in the left field part of the outfield than the center field part.
First pitch cut on and missed by Julio Rodriguez. Over top of a curveball with 2 outs and the bases empty. Blue Jays up 2-1, bottom of the 7th. They've asked Louis Varland for an inning and a third. He's gotten 3 outs so far, looking for a 4th. His 0-1. Swing and a miss again. Nasty curves back-to-back, and he's ahead. No balls, 2 strikes.
Why not triple up? Just make the location better. Bounce that thing right behind home plate.
You gotta get Julio here with Raleigh on deck. Rodriguez asks for time. Now Julio Rodriguez steps back in. Marlin's waiting for him. Glove at his stomach. Brings it to his face. The wind. The 0-2. Did bounce the curve, but he yanked it. It was a ball outside, out of the hand. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, when you're planning on bouncing that pitch, you throw it right down the middle and you bounce it right behind home plate. That was yanked in the other batter's box.
3 straight curves. What does he have for him here? 2 outs, bases empty in the 1-2. Grounded foul. Stuck with the curve. That was actually in the zone, but it is a pitch with so much break at 89, it's hard to catch up to.
This is when Julio Rodriguez is thinking, he's not going to throw me 5 in a row. And then you throw the 5th one in a row and you fool him.
Just got to bounce it. Throw it in a non-threatening spot here. Farland's 1-2. He got him. Stuck with the curve in the dirt. Tag applied by Kirk. And the 7th is in the books. Louis Varland punches out 2 in a 1-2-3 inning, and the Blue Jays charge into the 8th, leading 2-1 in Game 5 of the Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
You're hosting the perfect evening at home, relaxing at the cottage, or working at your small business. Suddenly, the power goes out. No lights, no Wi-Fi, no TV. But your Kohler backup generator from Paramount Power Systems kicks in automatically. No scrambling, no downtime, just peace of mind. For every power outage, Kohler and Paramount Power Systems have you covered. Visit ParamountPower.com for your free quote. Kohler and Paramount Power Systems. Power when you need it most.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Springer coming home, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning, a pivotal Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. The Blue Jays trying to win a 3rd in a row and take a series edge. The Mariners looking to recapture momentum before we go back to Toronto. Again, 2-1 for the Blue Jays. Top of the 8th, about to start. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. It's a pitching change for Seattle. Pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. After throwing 32 pitches yesterday, left-hander Gabe Spire into the ball game for the Mariners. Dalton Varsho will lead it off in a left-on-left matchup.
He hasn't been great in the postseason, a 7.11 ERA in 6 ball games, but he was really good in the regular season. 4-3 with a 2.61 in 76 games for the Seattle Mariners. 82 punchies in just 62 innings pitched.
Varsho's seen him a fair bit in the series now. Spire to Varsho. Down and away, ball 1. Long-haired, bearded lefty. Giving up 5 earned runs in 6 1/3. 1-0. Low 2-0.
That's a great take right there. Tough four-seam fastball just below the strike zone.
Hitters count for Varsho, who drags his bat across the plate. Two-0 pitch. Called strike, right on the edge with a fastball. Spire saw Varsho yesterday, pardon me, Chris, and he walked to bring in a run with the bases loaded. He kicks and deals. And it's outside again, 3 balls and a strike.
This would be a great time for the Blue Jays to find a way to manufacture just 1 run. It's much easier to pitch in a 3-1 ball game than it is a 2-1 ball game.
A lot of pressure on the pen right now. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Four-seamer on the corner. Looked like Varsho thought it might be another breaking ball from Spire. It's 3-2 as Varsho puts a hand up to Marvin Hudson to ask for time. Mid-90s heater, both a four-seamer and sinker, and a slider for Spire, although he's been a little more low 90s so far in this appearance. His 3-2. Popped up back is short, backpedaling onto the grass, J.P. Crawford. He walks under it to his right, makes a two-handed catch, and Gabe Spire has one out here in the top of the 8th.
Very important first out for Spire.
Check again at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Underway is Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. The Brewers at the Dodgers. No score yet. That game's in the top of the first. Dodgers lead the series 3-0. Spire facing Ernie Clements, and the lefty's pitch. Clements smokes it out to left field. Arozarena going back on the warning track. Reaches for the fence. Leads. It is caught. Randy Arozarena with home run robbery. Played it off nonchalant until he flipped it back in. And who knows how large that will loom in this game. I think that gets over the wall, maybe off the top of the fence. If Arozarena doesn't bring it in instead, it's an incredible play for the second out of the inning.
Like I said, that extra run is so important, especially with Cal Raleigh coming up next inning. How you attack him. What a play from Arozarena over there in left field.
Miles Straw, a pinch hit now for Addison Barger in the pitch. Called strike 0-1. The Blue Jays go to Straw here, a right-handed hitter rather than Barger. Thought they might go Schneider and then bring in Straw defensively. 0-1. And Straw pokes it out to center field, fairly deep. Going back, Rodriguez in front of the track. He makes the catch. And Spire authors a 1-2-3, top of the 8th. On to the bottom half we go with the Blue Jays clinging on to a 2-1 lead. Game 5 of the ALCS back in a flash. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's off the bench, and the Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Bottom of the 8th inning coming up in Seattle. 2-1 for the Blue Jays right now. Game 5 of the ALCS. I'm Ben Schulman. To my right is Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer. Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, and Phil Holter, our technical directors. Couple defensive switches and a pitching change for the Blue Jays. Defensively, Straw into left. Lucas bumps to right field after Straw had hit for Barger in the top half of the inning. And a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Brendan Little is into the game in the biggest spot of his career. He has Cal Raleigh, Jorge Polanco, and Josh Naylor to deal with the Blue Jays holding on to a 1-run lead.
Most important thing for Brendan Little is throw strikes. But to Cal Raleigh, you have to throw good strikes. You have to mix up your pitches, mix in that knuckle curve, and maybe even mix in that cutter at the top of the strike zone and above it. This is the biggest position he's ever been in his major league career.
Interesting thing is this turns around Raleigh to his right side where he clearly hit better this year. The pitch. Outside ball 1. In his career, he's far more even left and right, Cal Raleigh, but he hit 281 with an OPS over 1,000 as a righty this year. 231 with an OPS over 900 as a lefty. 1-0. Low, 2-0. ERA of 3 in the postseason for Brendan Little in 4 outings. He's allowed 1 run in 3 innings. He has walked 2, although one of them was intentional. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field and deep. Straw curling on the warning track. Reaching for the fence. He leaps and it's gone. Cal Raleigh ties it with a solo home run, and it's madness in Seattle. Fell behind 2-0. The sinker was right over the middle, and Raleigh, holding the trident in his left hand, hits his 4th home run of the postseason. We got a new game with no outs in the bottom of the 8th.
And here comes Pete Walker to have a quick chat with Brendan Little. This place is absolutely rocking right now, but to a guy like Cal Raleigh, we talked about this before. You fall behind 2-0. Yes, you're up by 1 run. Yes, there's nobody out in the inning, but you cannot let him beat you. Brendan Little just challenged him with a fastball over the middle, and Cal Raleigh made him pay. This ball, it's a new ball game. It's 2-2 now.
The Blue Jays went to Little with Dominguez and Hoffman available right now. And 3 pitches into the outing. We're tied at 2. Jorge Polanco to hit now from the right side. Another switch hitter turned around, but to a side where he has better numbers so far this season. Ernie Clement hugs the line at third. Polanco from the left side, 0 for 3 in this game. Now he bats right. Little's pitch. Down and in, ball 1. Little set, spell time. The 1-0 pitch. Low ball 2. And you think about how big that home run robbery from Randy Arozarena was in the top half of the inning. Looked like Clement had a home run to make it 3-1 before Arozarena leaped at the wall to take what looked like it would have been a home run away. Now we're tied at 2, no outs, bottom 8. 2-0 pitch. On the ground foul, third base side, a sinker over the middle. It's 2-1.
If you're Brendan Little, you just have to turn the page and continue to try to make good pitches. You fall behind Jorge Polanco 2-0, and then you make a good pitch in a 2-0 count. I mean, you just have to forget about that and make good pitches.
Sir Anthony Dominguez throwing in the pen. Little's 2-1. Called strike at the bottom of the zone with a curve. Little quarter swing from Polanco, but he took it for a strike. 2-2. Little went to the rosin back, trying to get a little grip on his left hand. Leans forward and looks at Polanco. The 2-2. Bounced in front of home, ball 3.
Just trying to do too much with that breaking ball. Trying to be too perfect. He choked it off quite a bit. It landed about a foot in front of home plate. Not where you want that pitch. Jorge Polanco's taking that pitch all day long.
Payoff pitch. Check swing pitch in the dirt. Did he go? He did not on the appeal, and that's a walk to Polanco. That brings the go-ahead run to the base paths, and up to the plate is Josh Naylor, the left-handed hitter from Mississauga.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is getting hot down in that bullpen. You'd imagine that this is Brendan Little's last batter.
It's a left-on-left matchup here for the first time in the inning, and the pitch home. Check swing, it's in the dirt, appeal down to third, no swing, ball 1. Cal Raleigh has shocked this place to life. 2-2 score, the 1-0. Off the end of the bat foul, an elevated cutter hit back into the screen, 1-1.
Not a bad pitch there, but you could tell what Josh Naylor's trying to do. That was a huge swing.
2. Little trying to find the zone so far in this outing. He's thrown 11 pitches, 4 of them strikes, 7 balls. And Dominguez appears to be ready when they need him. 2-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. Little peering up into the sky in Seattle. A homer and a walk this inning. Polanco on first, tie score, no outs. And somewhat of a strategic time by Naylor. I wonder if he wants this place to get revved up again before the 3-1. Little sets, Naylor in the box. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. Sinker on the corner, got the whiff, full count.
Josh Naylor not happy with the fact that he swung at that pitch, shaking his head, standing in that batter's box.
Down and away, ball 4. Back-to-back walks. And that's going to do it for Brendan Little. 3 batters faced, doesn't get it out. We're tied with 2 on. And it's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Sir Anthony Dominguez into the game. Go ahead, run on second with nobody out. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll take a look at Game 4 of the NLCS. Dodgers-Brewers having gotten started about 20 minutes ago. It's the bottom of the first inning, and the Dodgers, within the first 8 pitches of the game, had a 1-0 lead. Shohei Ohtani going yard off of Jose Quintana. Dodgers have runners on the corners, and a Tommy Edman RBI single just made it 2-0 with runners at first and third again. So again, 2-0, the Dodgers lead, bottom of the first inning. You can watch that game on Sportsnet right now. If we check in on the NHL, 4 games on the go tonight. All but one of them are in action right now. The Lightning currently taking on the Red Wings. Detroit leading 1-0. That game's in the second period intermission. The Washington Capitals taking on the Minnesota Wild. That game's also in the second period intermission. Washington up 2-1. Dylan Strome opening the scoring for Washington there. Ovechkin getting his 3rd assist on that one. And in the first period on Sportsnet 1, Canucks taking on the Blackhawks. No score in that game, 0-0 with about 12 minutes to go in the first period. Again, you can watch the game on Sportsnet 1. Listen to it on Sportsnet 650. And out west in Vancouver, once that game's in the books, you can have Canucks Central postgame for all your postgame analysis needs. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action in Seattle with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Sir Anthony Dominguez into the game, and he has got a bit of a mess to clean up here. The Mariners have tied this game at 2. Runners on first and second, nobody out. And Dominguez is trying to keep Polanco from scoring to keep this game knotted up.
Yeah, you just have to calm yourself down there. The crowd is into this ball game now, but Sir Anthony Dominguez has had a ton of success in the postseason. He's been in this exact situation before, although this is a pretty tough one. First and second with nobody out. Randy Arozarena standing in that batter's box, and Eugenio Suarez up next.
And no doubt some thought that Dominguez might come in to start this inning, but he's brought in now with the game tied. Arozarena 0 for 2 with a walk. Dominguez looks to second and offers home, and the first pitch is low ball 1. And Dominguez himself can be erratic with the zone at times, but can't really afford to be here with already 2 on and no outs. 1-0. Arozarena takes outside 2-0.
Dominguez wanted that call, but that was a ball off the plate outside. Have to throw a strike here.
And Arozarena knows it. Go ahead run is Polanco on second. Naylor on first. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 98 right down the middle, and he beat him 2-1.
Yeah, he challenged him. Rosarena was ready for it. A huge hack. And now Sir Anthony Dominguez is back in this count.
Four-seamer, sweeper, splitter, sinker, and curve for the righty Dominguez. He's 2-1. Hit him. Bases are loaded. Four-seamer slipped out of his grip. And it's going to be a magic act here to try and keep the Blue Jays in a tie game. Bases loaded, no outs, and Eugenio Suarez to the plate.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are going to bring the infield in. Obviously, with nobody out, the infield in. Like you said, it's a magic act trying to keep this a 2-2 ball game. But you're going for the strikeout here. And then potentially double play or a couple of strikeouts. That's really all you can ask for.
First pitch to Suarez. He's outside, ball one. And still Sir Anthony Dominguez trying to find the zone. Pitch. Called strike. Floating sweeper. Hit the inner half. 1-1. You need a strikeout, a pop-up, or absolute best case scenario is a ground ball right at someone and you can go to the plate. 1-1. Off the end of the bat, foul. Suarez chased in a big way there, and it's 1-2.
And if you're Alejandro Kirk, if you're calling for the sweeper, you better be a wall back there. You better get your chest protector in front of it, because I can guarantee that Jorge Polanco is ready to scamper home if anything trickles away.
This does make you think of the fourth inning. The Blue Jays loaded the bases with no outs and did not score. They have to do the same here to Seattle to keep it tied. 1-2 to Suarez. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two is the score. Bases loaded, no outs. The 2-2 pitch. Lifted high, foul right side, but that's going to run out of play. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Challenged him there with 97.5. Suarez just fouling it off to the right side.
Polanco on third. Naylor second. Rosarena first. Another 2-2. And it's lifted out to right and deep. Racing back, Lucas. Looking up at the fence. It's gone. A grand slam. Eugenio Suarez with his second long ball of the game. And the Mariners blasted wide open. They lead 6-2.
Mariners are starting to show their muscles. Cal Raleigh first with the solo shot to lead off this inning. And then Eugenio Suarez, who had 49 home runs this season, goes the other way. Gives the Mariners a 6-2 advantage here in Game 5.
Still no outs in the inning. Pitch to J.P. Crawford is outside ball one. The hand-operated scoreboard in left field is wrong here. It shows 7-2, but it is still 6-2. And now they'll make the switch. Sixth batter to come up this inning for the Mariners. 1-0 pitch outside 2-0. And whether it was Little or Dominguez, there's just not a lot of strikes being thrown right now in this inning. Two-0 pitch. Lifted out to left center field. Moving back, Jimenez, and he'll make the grab in shallow left center. Pop-up is the first out of the inning. But boy, has this game changed. The Blue Jays were up 2-1, and now they will bat for their lives in this game at the top of the ninth, trailing 6-2.
I mean, it's pretty easy to see why this game changed so quickly. The Blue Jays just couldn't throw strikes. First, Brendan Little fell behind Cal Raleigh. And then, of course, he walked a couple of guys. And then Sir Anthony Dominguez came into this ball game, and it looked like he couldn't throw strikes either.
Pitch to Dominic Canzone. Inside, ball one. This inning went homer, walk, walk, new pitcher, hit batter, homer. On the ground at first, Guerrero has it. He'll wave off Dominguez. 2 outs. And it's hard to not feel, this is not to take credit away from Seattle. They've gifted them a bunch of runs. They have 5 hits and 6 runs because Blue Jays pitching has walked 8 batters and hit 1.
Yeah, the most important thing when you're a bullpen arm, when you're coming into a tight ball game like this, is you fill up the strike zone. You can't nibble. You can't walk guys. Most importantly, you cannot fall behind 2-0 to big power hitters, and the Blue Jays have done that so far late in this ball game.
Pitch to Leo Rivas with 2 outs is on the ground to second. Kiner Falefa has it. He'll throw on to first. And that's it for the 8th inning. A 5-run frame on the back of a pair of homers. Hey, Eugenio Suarez gives Seattle the lead 6-2. Headed to the 9th inning. The Seattle fans have not seen a championship series win at home in over 20 years, and the Blue Jays will have to get 4 to prolongate that streak. We'll be back in a moment. 6-2 Mariners. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488-521. Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 9th inning in Seattle. Welcome back to T-Mobile Park, where the Mariners authored a 5-run bottom of the 8th to take a 6-2 advantage. Now, the Blue Jays' chance of taking a series lead home to Toronto hangs very much in the balance. Also, because of a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Closer Andres Munoz, one of the game's best, is in, and the Blue Jays need 4 to keep this game going.
Munoz has been nearly unhittable. Actually, he has been unhittable in the playoffs. 5 games, 6 1/3 innings, 0 hits allowed. Pretty impressive stuff.
Right-hander offers to Isaiah Kiner Falefa. And it's a called strike, a puzzling one at that. 0-1. That pitch appeared high. Kiner Falefa 1 for 3 in the game. 0-1. Bounce to the lefty batter's box. A ball and a strike. It has been a little bit of a layoff for Munoz because there have not been very many high leverage situations in this series. He's pitching for the first time in 5 days. Also a defensive change. Victor Robles into right for Dominic Canzone. 1-1. Low 2-1. Slider, four-seamer, sinker, and change for Munoz. Mexican closers 2-1. And Kiner Falefa lifts it to right, hesitating now, moving to his left. Robles makes the grab, and there's 1 out. Blue Jays led 2-1 after runs in the 5th and the 6th inning. Louis Varland pitched a scoreless inning in the 3rd in relief, but then Brendan Little and Sir Anthony Dominguez combined to give up 5 runs in that 8th inning. Should be noted the Blue Jays should probably have scored a little bit more than 2 so far. They trail 6-2 now, and Andres Jimenez takes strike 1 right down the middle. Oh, 1 pitch. Lined foul, sinking into the seats down the left field line out of play. It's 0-2. Jimenez asks for time and steps out. Blue Jays need base runners in any way possible. It is also worth knowing Jody Loperfido's on deck because George Springer was hit in the kneecap by a Brian Wu pitch in the 7th and knocked out of the game. 0-2. Fouled off to the left, still 0-2. Two-strike pitch. And it's hit in the air left field. Jogging back toward the corner of Rosarena. He'll make the catch. And there are 2 outs.
Andres Munoz just filling up that strike zone. Just coming into this ball game. He knows the Mariners are up by 4 runs. He's not messing around. Just 2 quick outs here in the 9th inning.
Seattle Mariners fans have waited a long time to celebrate a home playoff win of this magnitude, a championship series win at home. Pitch to Joey Loperfido. Called a strike at the top of the zone. And it's 0-1. Their last LCS win at home. You got to go to 2000. Next pitch cut on and miss 0-2. Pardon me, even further back than that. But we turn our attention back to the fields here with the Blue Jays down to their final strike. 2 outs, bases empty. Mariners leading 6-2 over the Blue Jays, stealing away the lead in the bottom of the 8th. Munoz set. 0-2 pitch. Hit off the mound, a bouncer to short. Crawford gloves. He'll throw to first. It bounces, dug out by Naylor, and the Mariners win the game. They come back late and win 6-2 over the Blue Jays to take a 3-2 series lead.
That's a tough loss for the Toronto Blue Jays, but the series isn't over yet. They get to go back to Toronto and try to win a couple of ball games and get themselves to the World Series. It all comes down to executing in big spots. In that 8th inning, Brendan Little came into the ball game and just didn't look like he was comfortable out on that mound. He was really erratic with the fastball command, with the breaking ball command. Ultimately, he gave up that home run to Cal Raleigh. Big spots, your bullpen has to come through in big games like this, and unfortunately, the Blue Jays just didn't do it today.
Blue Jays lose 3-2, or 6-2, the final score. The Mariners have a 3-2 series lead. We'll come back, wrap it up on the other side, and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Brown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Ernie Clement with a go-ahead shot on the first pitch of the night.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to T-Mobile Park. Eugenio Suarez speaking on the field after his grand slam lifted the Mariners to a 6-2 lead in Seattle, a lead that they would hold on to and win the game. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. There's a lot to discuss with this game. The Blue Jays did not cash in on a lot of opportunities, including getting bases loaded, no outs in the fourth, and not adding any runs on in that inning. They stranded a good handful of runners in scoring position. But, Chris, there's only one thing that's going to be talked about in this game, because the Blue Jays did take a 2-1 lead to the 8th. Should it have been a bigger lead? Probably, but they take a 2-1 lead to the 8th. They had pretty much every option you wanted. Louis Varland was the only guy that had been used. They go to Brendan Little and then Sir Anthony Dominguez. What do you think overall of that? Because it's what's being discussed right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't totally understand the thought process by John Schneider. I saw him warming up down there in that bullpen, and I thought to myself, there's really no way that Brendan Little gets in this ball game. And then sure enough, he's in the ball game. This is a guy that walked 45 guys in 68 innings this season. He's a guy that comes into ball games, and yes, he's had some success this season, but he tries to find his way through certain situations. It takes him a couple of batters to find the release point on the fastball, find the release point on that breaking ball. This is not the situation to play around with that. You want a guy that you trust. You want a guy that is going to pound the strike zone. It doesn't matter that Cal Raleigh is up at the plate. I trust Sir Anthony Dominguez, Jeff Hoffman, really anybody else other than a guy that's walked 45 guys in 68 innings this season. It's not ideal for the Toronto Blue Jays, for John Schneider. I know this move is he's going to get scrutinized over this move, and I'm putting it really lightly here in the postgame, but I think that it's a move that we'll talk about for at least a couple of days. Hopefully the Blue Jays go back to Toronto, they get a good off day, and they figure out a way to win Game 6.
Yeah, it is interesting. Just a couple of things rattling around my head, and we should acknowledge it's very easy to Monday morning quarterback. We're talking about this after the results of the decision, but they did go to Jeff Hoffman with the top third of the order, up by 6 runs yesterday. You would think if he's your closer up by 1 run, potentially you'd go there. And I know, and we'll get you to Blue Jays talking in a second, I know that a lot of people will feel that this is an analytics move getting in there. To me, I wouldn't really classify it that way. You turned around 2 switch hitters to their better side. I know you get the left-on-lefts with Naylor, but I'll be very interested to hear what the explanation is. I don't think that this was ripped off of a sheet with stats, so we'll have to wait and see for the postgame after that. But no matter how you slice it, Blue Jays fall in this game. 6-2 is the final score. 2 runs on 7 hits for the Blue Jays. No errors, 8 left. 6 runs, 5 hits. No errors for the Mariners, and 6 left on base. Overall, Blue Jays pitching walked a good handful of batters in the game. That's how they got 6 runs and only 5 hits. Gabe Speier came up with the win in relief to go to 1-1. Brendan Little with the loss. No save in this game, although the closer Andres Munoz came in to pitch a 1-2-3 top of the 9th inning. We hope George Springer is okay. Hit by a pitch and removed in the 7th inning. We'll wait for an update on him, but the Blue Jays lose in this one to fall behind again in the series. 3-2. A 3-hour affair in front of 46,758. I know there's not a lot of room for optimism right now, as I can imagine, but if you look at the 3 games overall, they did do the job of getting it back to Toronto, and there will be a Game 6 coming up in 2 days. Game 6 of the ALCS. Trey Savage is going for the Blue Jays at Rogers Center at 8:03 Eastern. No announce started yet for the Mariners. Stay tuned to Blue Jays Talk. Likely we'll hear from Dan Wilson on who the starter is going to be post-game. But that will do it for us here in Seattle. Great to have Lloyd Glazer and Phil Holzer, technical directors locally with us. Tom Young, our technical director as well. Our host and producer today was Show Ali, and my partner is Chris LaRue. A lot to discuss. I imagine a ton of calls waiting, so let's get you over to Blue Jays Talk. It's with Blair and Barker, and it starts right now.
All right, Kevin Barker. What the hell was John Schneider thinking?
No idea. Couldn't tell you. No idea. I mean,
what did we just witness from John Schneider and the Toronto Blue Jays?
Here's what I tell you. You had two of your best arms down there, and you didn't use them in the biggest moment of the game. So basically, you could spin it any way you want to spin it by flipping the two righties around. Naylor's being moved up. You want a lefty pitching to Naylor. Bottom line is you screwed it up by not using your one of your two best arms in the biggest inning of the game against their best bats.
Which you did yesterday with a big lead.
Absolutely.
Makes no sense. Here's the thing. I mean, I'm hoping to hell that there's some sort of swing path thing going on here, we don't know about, because it makes no sense. You're switching around two switch hitters who are better from the other side. I mean, Cal Raleigh, switch him around. His average is what? His average is higher against a left-handed pitcher. His slug is over 100 points higher against a left-handed pitcher. He's hit fewer home runs. He's had fewer at-bats. Polanco, against left-handed pitchers, a 305 hitter. Against right-handers, 254. You've got to be able to, and like I said, I have no. I know we're going to be asked about this, and we'll have to wait for John Schneider's post-game avail. And the numbers to call are 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. The Blue Jays have lost 6-2 to the Seattle Mariners. They're down 3-2 in this series. Yes, they had opportunities to score runs, but at the end of the day, their manager did not. Well, the manager's job is to put his pitchers in the best position possible to succeed, and John Schneider did not do that today. John Schneider and whomever had a hand in this decision-making did not do it today.
Yeah.
There's nothing in Brendan Little that suggests you want him appearing in a 2-1 game on the road against Cal Raleigh, Jorge Polanco, and Josh Naylor. There is nothing.
Yeah, especially the way you saw Hoffman look to the meat of the order yesterday. I agree 100%. There's no way you can sell this to anybody. And again, you make one of these moves, it better work. If it don't, it's the dumbest move we've ever seen. I think it's right around that area. And, again, you went in there, you took 2 out of 3. That's a big deal. You're getting it back to Toronto. They're not dead by any means. But, boy, Jeff, I mean, you had a golden opportunity to do some stomping.
Yeah.
And you let it slip right through your fingers because you got cute.
You're not dead. You're not dead, but you did breathe life into the Mariners.
You got too cute.
Yeah.
Is what you did, and you paid for it.
Eugenio Suarez with 2 home runs, the grand slam in the 5-run 8th inning, the telling blow. Again, the Jays had opportunities to blow this game open at times. They had a lot of at-bats with men on base. They had a lot of traffic. Credit Dan Wilson for navigating his way around Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the lineup. George Springer, we all know, took that pitch in the knee. We'll await to hear results following the game from. I presume it's going to require X-rays and things of that nature. I mean, if they don't have George Springer, the odds are even longer. But man, the talking point of this game is going to be that pitching decision. And just when you think John Schneider's done enough to kind of remove all the, the lingering doubts, or removing the doubts going back to even that series against Minnesota and taking Jose Barrios out of the game, it's like another talking point materializes. And here's the thing. This isn't Monday morning quarterback, because I guarantee you You take 100 Jays fans, put them in the room, and 100 of them were sitting there looking at their screen going, what the hell is this guy doing in this game? I don't think there was one person who was going, oh, this is great. Brandon Little's coming in.
Well, the only person that matters is the one that ran him out there. He's the one that thought that was a good idea. So, yeah, I mean, again, it gets back to that. When you have both of your big-time arms available and you don't use either one of them in the biggest inning against their best bats, you get beat. And hopefully they come back from this because they played their hearts out. I mean, they just, as many arms that were being run at them and the at-bats that they were having. And, they just didn't play a tight game all day, but they battled, they clawed, they had the lead, and they turned it over to the one of the three guys you probably didn't want to turn it over to, and you lost the baseball game.
Right, and here's the thing. I mean, I presume John Schneider makes all the decisions. I'm not going to get into the whole thing with analytics and scripting and yada yada, et cetera, et cetera.
But we have seen him turn Polanco around on purpose. Game one.
So
this looks familiar. So this is obviously they've had conversations.
Yeah, somebody thinks it's a genius idea.
Absolutely.
Somebody someplace thinks that they're just when
it matters, flip them around to the other side.
Yeah, whatever. Again, I'm sure there's some sort of swing path or a moon phase or a tidal pattern or something that we don't know. Maybe a weather condition or wind current, something we don't know about. But hey, 2025, man. And you're right. Right now, the Jays need a win to keep this series going. They also need a win to take a lot of the heat off John Schneider, because if they lose this series, this is a move that's going to live in infamy. I cannot put it any other way. You're 2 wins away from a World Series. 2 wins away from a World Series. You go to the well with a guy no one wanted to see in the game. And then you bring Sir Anthony Dominguez in with men on base, and that's not – you don't want Sir Anthony Dominguez in a game with men on base, because you know what he does sometimes? He walks guys, and he hits guys.
He throws balls down the middle.
And he throws balls down the middle. So just a really, 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 really poorly managed game by John Schneider. Just an abysmally managed game by John Schneider. Tim in Halifax. You're on Blue Jays tonight. Well, I may have just seen the stupidest decision I've seen a manager. Well, no, that's not true. I've seen dumber decisions than that.
You've made some great points tonight, and I think you echo a lot of us fans and our sentiments. I was sitting there after Louis got the strikeout in the 7th or ended the 7th walking off the mound. I'm thinking, okay, you got the 8th, you got the 9th, you got Dominguez, you got Hoffman. I don't care what order you got. Bring either one of them out, probably, whatever. And then Little comes out of the mound comes to the mound, and we were thinking that exact same thing. It's like, what is happening right now? What world are we living in? What regular season game are we watching? And anyway, that was pretty much, I guess, you've made all the points that I wanted to make.
Man, it's like I took all the steam out of it. So you can still get mad.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you can still be mad. I didn't want to suck all the. I feel bad. I feel like I've sucked all the steam out of this.
No, not at all. As I say, you've kind of hit the points pretty eloquently about it. It's John. I don't think he had a terrible game managing to that point. But I find with a lot of these playoff games, what you're finding, whether it's the Dodgers, a lot of these series, they're coming down to these critical moments. Whether it's 1 inning, 1 out, and these decisions are magnified more than obviously they are at other points in the season. But I guess he clearly made the wrong one tonight, and we're all, on the hook for it.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. And again, we will hear from John Schneider soon. And I'm hoping that's the first question that gets asked. Maybe how's George doing? That,
That's the second question.
That's the second question. But, inexcusable. Well, I wouldn't say inexcusable because there's got to be a reason for it. There has to be something we're missing, Kevin. There just has to be. John's not a dummy. Pete Walker's not a dummy. The guys working behind the scenes, they aren't dummies, not all of them. And there has to be a reason for it. There has to be a reason.
Well, it's planned. We've already seen this before. Again, we saw this in game 1 when you want to flip the 2 or at least one of them around to the right side for whatever reason. I don't know the reason. Yeah, and you're doing it with Little. I mean, if the
please tell me the idea, Kevin, wasn't, hey, we've got Josh Naylor coming up third in this inning. Let's make the two other guys, let's turn them around to their better side so we can get a lefty right up with match up with Josh Naylor. I mean, that's just no.
Yeah, I would assume a little of that is too. During the season, Little threw 68 in the third and only gave up 2 homers.
Yeah, but
don't yell at me.
No, he only gave up 68 homers, but,
No, 2 homers.
Or 2 homers.
68 innings.
Well, it seems like 68 homers.
It feels that way.
He gave up 2. Here's the thing, though. He gave up 2 homers. I'm not even talking about him giving up a homer here. I'm saying I don't want him in the game to walk somebody. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about the home run. Raleigh, Polanco, and Naylor, tell me that you didn't expect calamity when Brendan Little came in. I don't care if he hasn't given up a home run. It's irrelevant. He can give up 3 doubles. I don't care.
Absolutely. But that is the predictable lane for Brendan Little.
Well, I've got a good lane for Brendan Little.
I'm just telling you what the lane is.
I'll give you a lane. He can be in the lane the very end of the dugout. Like sometimes you've got to take guys out of the picture so the manager doesn't feel like he has to use them. Just like put him in the stand someplace or something so John doesn't feel that he has to go to him. Like seriously, put him someplace. Put him on a shelf.
I thought you had a setup guy and a closer. I didn't know Little was either one of those.
Well, apparently he isn't. Lauren and Simcoe, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Blair and Barker. Well, 2 nights ago I said a prayer for Max. Tonight I'm going to say a prayer for George, and I really hope Uncle George comes back. We were screwed the second Little got up. The whole country knew it. My wife's sitting beside me. She goes, that bum should be sitting down in the corner. We're paying for Hoffman. We traded for Sir Anthony. I have no idea. It's khaki. It's computer. It's loyalty. We want to win a game, not be loyal to a guy. I'm really hoping that they have some adversity tonight and can come back on Sunday and Monday. But my God, Brandon Little might have got John Schneider fired.
Well,
thanks, guys.
I appreciate the call. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, it is the ALCS. They have won 2 games. God almighty, it seems to me like they've just been eliminated. Like I'm going to slap myself in the face 3 times because it feels to me like they've been eliminated tonight. And they haven't. They got 2 more games back in Toronto, which, of course, is 2 opportunities to use Brendan Little again. Right?
No.
Yes, 2 opportunities to see Brendan Little again.
Not right. It just sounds like it's not only John and Petey making this move. It's a collection of people saying, well, if you get the opportunity, flip them around. And if Naylor's hitting behind the 2 switch hitters, that's gravy. Because you can throw the lefty and eliminate Naylor, too. That's basically the conversation, because that's what they did.
416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590. Any guess as to what everybody wants to talk about today on Blue Jays Talk? Andrew and Keswick, Little cannot pitch again in the series. It's either non-competitive pitches or right over the heart of the plate. Jason and Thornhill, no one on earth would have made that move. Could cost us the season. This is a fireable offense. Why? Again, manager's not going to be fired because of this decision.
I wouldn't think so either.
Somebody might be, but it won't be the manager.
Who's that somebody?
I don't know. I'm just saying that.
Who was the first name that popped into your head when you said that?
Nobody. I just pulled it out. I don't know. Somebody has to have a reason for this, Kevin. They do. There has to be a reason. I kind of hope there isn't a reason, and they screwed up, and they thought they were bringing Sir Anthony in the game, and Little came in.
Jeff, this was planned. We've seen this already. We saw this in game 1. It's not a surprise. I mean, It was just gravy that Naylor was hitting behind the 2 switch hitters. This was planned already.
All right, this is all we want to hear. Well, actually, we want to hear from you at 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. Please help me along here, or I may just have a coronary on air. This is John Schneider explaining the move.
John, to start the 8th there, what went into the thinking for Little to start that instead of Dominguez, Hoffman, or someone else?
Wanted to see that, that part of the lineup, see different guys, right? We talked about it all series. Little's been one of our best pitchers in big spots. Tough guy to elevate. Cal's a really good hitter. I get it, man. You know, after that, you got to sell down and throw strikes too. So that's been part of Little's game. So has strikeouts. So again, I trust every single guy on this roster. You know, it's hard. No one feels worse than Little. No one feels worse than Sir right now, or me. But I trust every single guy on this roster. Today it didn't work out, but we've won 2 games in a row a whole lot this year.
John, how much consideration for Hoffman there, go-through closer against their best?
Yeah, I thought about it for sure. Again, I think decisions are hard. I think being convicted in a process is important. And you make a decision and you leave it behind you. You know, it's part of baseball. You know, second guessing is part of it. Thought about it for sure. And again, we've relied on every single guy on our roster to get a lot of wins this year. So could have done that. And then you think about, you know, who do you want in the 9th inning? Who do they have coming up? So yeah, we talked about that situation for sure. And unfortunately it didn't work out.
Yeah. So there you go. They wanted to give him a different look. They certainly did. Wasn't a good look, but they gave him a different look than the one they got last night when they couldn't do anything.
But basically, without him coming out and actually saying it, he didn't feel comfortable enough running out his 2 righties that throw the highest leverage innings against their best 3 left-handed hitters. That's basically what he said without saying it, is because that was a good question. Why didn't you run your closer out in the biggest inning? And he basically said, well, in so many words, I really didn't trust him back-to-back days in that same part of the lineup. I mean, that Jeff.
Yeah, that is
Little's who you're hanging your hat on, and I told you the 68 and the third's what they looked at. He said that basically when he started his sentence of he's very hard to get in the air.
Yeah.
He's thinking there's no way that dude's hitting a homer off him unless he throws a 2-0 sinker thigh high right down the middle.
So, okay, that's what he did. There's no way he's going to hit a homer off him. So let's turn him around, though, to the side where he hits for a higher average and has a slug that's 100 points more.
I think he's thinking, I keep it in the yard, I got a chance because he throws sinkers. Even if he gives up a hit, I got a chance of turning a double play, and I'm going to get the lefty out, and I'm going to look like a genius.
He does realize it's Cal Raleigh, right?
Well.
I mean, yeah.
I'm going with my best. He ain't one of them.
No, I'm with you. In that situation, especially after what I've seen last night or what I saw last night, given that I've got a chance to go up 3-2. I'm absolute, and I've got an off day. I got nothing. I mean, if I want to give the dude a different look, then I go with Eric Lauer or somebody. If I want to give him a different look.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is, boy, that's really overthinking it. We're going to go with a different look.
I get back to that Gibby thing. I asked Gibby one time why he did something, and he looked right at me and said, Bark, I'd do it so I don't have to answer the question. If he would have ran out 2 of the highest leverage guys in that inning, one of the 2, and one of the 2 gave it up, there ain't nobody coming on this show, including me and you, yelling and screaming about who he threw in the 8th inning. Nobody would do that. Everybody's going to yell and scream about this one.
Yeah, we'd be ripping the pitchers for giving it up. We wouldn't be.
Yeah, but we ain't ripping John.
No. And that is going to be the talking point. If they go on to lose this series, that will be the talking point.
Yeah, they're the better team.
They are the better team.
They are
the better team. The Seattle put 1 good inning up against them in 3 games.
Yeah.
They are the better team.
Should have won all 3 games.
But, my goodness, gut punch.
It's a tough look.
We have John talking about George Springer. I guess John was asked about George Springer's injury. He probably saw it was hit in the right knee.
Gosh. Square, too.
Square. Yeah, you could hear it, at least in real time on TV. I'm not lip reading, but it sure seemed as if he was saying my knee, or I can't move my knee, or I can't feel my knee at one point. So let's see if John Schneider can give us any insight on George Springer.
Right knee contusion. He had x-rays which were negative, which is a good thing. He'll probably do some more testing tonight when we get home. George is about as tough as they come. And, I think he'll have to really, really be hurting to not be in the lineup on Sunday. So we'll see how he is. On that note, I know this is an awesome atmosphere to play in, and it's really, really cool to play here. And I think the fans that were booing him should take a look in the mirror and understand what kind of player he is. And I'll stop there, because when a guy gets hit in the knee and is in obvious pain and you have 40,000 people cheering, not the right thing to do.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's fair.
That is fair. That's fair.
George had a pretty good year.
That didn't come across on the TV, I will admit. But
I didn't hear a second of that. Did you?
No. But on the other hand, maybe John's trying to deflect some stuff, create something to take away. I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Good luck.
Ain't working.
Good luck.
Mike in Mississauga, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Kevin. How are you guys?
Well, I've been better, to be honest.
So look, I'm calling in for the first time all season, although I listen to the postgame show every single time.
Thank you.
I'm just telling you guys right now, the reason I'm calling is just like, I feel absolutely sick to my stomach about what just happened tonight. And I'm really happy to hear that both of you are calling it like it is and being real with people and not sugarcoating anything. That was maybe, look, I'm only 38 years old. Toronto sports history in my life has not been pretty in my adult life. But that might be the worst moment that I can remember, one of the worst decisions that I can remember. And I just don't understand, and maybe you guys can just try to figure it out for me, is last night you're up 7-2 or 8-2, and you run out Hoffman in the 8th to face the heart of the lineup. Why would you not do that again tonight? Up 2-1 with a chance to go ahead 3-2 in the series. Please just help me understand.
I can't.
Why.
I can't. I mean, I appreciate the call and I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah. Kevin,
I can.
Okay, well, you can.
He didn't trust him to run him out there against the same guys that he saw last
on the night before.
That's basically what John said by saying we want to give that part of the lineup a different look.
Right, that's John's explanation. I don't understand it. I mean, I get it, but there's a difference between getting an explanation and understanding it. Because again, I have always assumed that when you manage a game, when you make a move, a pitching move, you want to bring a guy in who gives you a better chance than the guy you just took out of getting through a situation. And I know what Brendan Little did for most of the regular season. Let's face it, there were times he wasn't that reliable either. And here's the thing with Brendan Little. I know he doesn't give up a lot of home runs. This isn't a dude that comes out and blows people away. We're not talking somebody who's coming out and throwing 99, 100, 102, 103, 101. Right? We're talking a guy who there's some blemishes to him. He's going to walk guys. He's not always going to be around the strike zone. His pitches don't always play. And we've never really seen him come through in a pressure situation like this. So
why couldn't the different look be Sir Anthony? You don't like 98 Sankin and a slider back foot? You don't like those?
No, I'm with you. Sir Anthony.
He's been really good lately. He's your setup guy. He is your eighth inning guy.
Again, you know as well as I do that this was all talked about at some point earlier today.
Yeah, we've seen it already.
We know that there's this stuff is scripted and it's kind of, here are your options. This is a situation, et cetera, et cetera. And there is somebody that John is listening to who is absolutely convinced that he's figured out how to pitch to Cal Raleigh and Jorge Polanco. Just give me one more chance to prove that it's right. I mean, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I can say. That's the only thing I can say. Because, again, these guys aren't stupid. They have reasons for doing this stuff.
Well,
I would suggest, though, that whoever is telling him the reason to do it, maybe not say anything for the rest of the series.
Yeah, hopefully the team makes up for this and they go on a little mini 2-game winning streak and can overcome this. Because for right now, at least on the outside looking in, they deserve better than what happened in the 8th inning.
Yes, they do. If I'm in that clubhouse, if I'm Ernie Clement, if I'm Kirky, I'm pissed. I am really pissed.
Now you got to remember they talk about that 26 against 1 a lot.
Yeah.
So that again, you got to remember
26 against 1, 26 against Little today.
Well, again, it's not like Little ain't trying, and I'm assuming his teammates would say that. My point is, you came in there, you took 2 out of 3. That's the bright side. You can go home now where you play really well. I know you got beat by them 2 games in a row. Chances of them beating you again there, I would think, is a little slim, especially the way you're playing offensively. So there is a bright side.
I'll tell you what, though, Kev, if they do not have George. They're playing really well offensively right now. Obviously tonight you would like to have seen. I mean, it would have been nice if it was 5-1 for the Jays when the implosion happened. They had their chances, but you know what? Yeah. Seattle can pitch too, and they brought some guys in. Brian Wu came in and largely did the job.
Yeah.
So, I'm with you. I think the odds, frankly, still favor the Blue Jays.
I'm with you.
I think the odds still favor the Blue Jays coming home. But, boy, if you don't have George in the lineup, I'll tell you what, if you don't have George in the lineup, you cannot afford to piss away a game with lousy bullpen decisions like you did tonight. And that's what they did. They pissed this one away.
Here's what I say. If any team can overcome this, it's this team.
I'll say that.
How about that?
416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. We'll take a break, come back with more Blue Jays talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at Screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists? The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk is your hero tonight.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I mean, we still have home field advantage, and as cool of an environment it is here to play here, I know that our fans are going to be ready for us to get home on Sunday. So I've said it all along. It's a 7-game series. You know what I mean? And we did our job coming in here, taking 2 out of 3, and we're gonna go home, and we're gonna definitely be ready to play. It turns from a 7 into a 5 into a 3. It's a 2-game series. We've won 2 games in a row a whole lot this year. That's what we expect to do starting on Sunday.
Well, there you go. That is John Schneider. The good news is that despite being down 3-2 in the series, it is best of 7, not best of 5. So the Jays do get 2 games at home. Sunday will be Game 6. And we believe it. I have not heard who Dan Wilson say who's starting yet, but Trey Savage is starting for the Blue Jays. I would think it wouldn't be Brian Wu, obviously, pitched out of the bullpen tonight. Probably Logan Gilbert.
That sounds right. And a cast of characters.
Yeah. And again, the Toronto Blue Jays losing 6-2 to the Seattle Mariners tonight. A 5-run Mariner 8th inning put together against Brandon Little and Sir Anthony Dominguez. Since the All-Star break, the Blue Jays bullpen ERA was 4.63, which was 7th worst in baseball. I just say that because it sounds a little more difficult than saying 20, or it sounds worse than saying 23rd in the majors. So, I mean, we are kind of kidding ourselves if we're thinking that going into the postseason, this was the best bullpen in the major leagues. It really wasn't. And of course, if this thing spins out of control, we will ask the question about whether or not the Jays did all they could at the trade deadline to address this year.
Well, me and you've been talking about that on our show for quite some time. It is funny how big of a hurry they have been to get to that bullpen, though.
Well, that is true. I mean, that is true. They're seeing something. And again, the sad thing about all this is John Schneider's the manager. He's going to answer the questions. Pete Walker's the manager. The pitching coach. He's going to have to answer the questions. The sad fact of the matter is there's a bunch of people who have their hands in these decisions. We never get to question them. They never have to come out and explain their decisions to the public. That's just the way the game is now. But it's something that I think is important to mention. And that is part of the manager's job. And again, I'm not absolving John Schneider. He didn't have to put Brendan Little in the game. He didn't.
Didn't he?
He didn't. Well, I mean, you know what I mean.
Didn't he?
What are you saying, Kevin? What are you saying?
Well,
What, Ross called down and say, get the left-hander in. I like him.
I don't think he called, but I'm assuming he might have texted a couple hours before the game. I would think.
416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590. John. God, I was so ready to move on from Jose Barrios and... Oh, Jesus. I was all set to do it.
Kevin Gausman in game one. And here I was thinking that it was going to be Schneid's the rest of the way and not John. Well, that hurts.
Rick and Oshawa, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Yeah, guys. Script, process, whatever fancy, nerdy words this organization wants to use. Context and emotion. Okay? Our captain goes down. In that moment, you're fighting for your lives. You're sitting there. You got 6 outs left. Even if George can't play, he's not 100%. I'm not saying we lose if George isn't there, but he sure helps. And you send out Little, and he did Little. That was
he lived up to his name today.
What's that?
I said he lived up to his name today. I'm sorry. That is a cheap, line.
No, you guys, this is the most truthful Blue Jays talk I've heard you guys say. And on behalf of all Canadians, I thank you.
Thank you.
But we're sitting here now going, not mad. And now we're sitting here going home. We got to steal both with potentially not having George. I don't understand this move, man. And like these baseball players, they're not robots. They're human beings. There was so much context to this game. And when George went down from there, it was like, okay, let's go. Everybody ready to go. We have to be smart. We got to play this right. And I thought for sure Petey and Schneid or John, they would have told those nerds to shut their mouths. They're there. They're going to control the game. And I don't know what that was, but I mean, if Schneid's and Pete, there's no way they made that decision. And we're sitting here now going home. We got to win 2. Yes, Barker, we can do it. But at the same time, man, if George can't play, you got to put Ernie in the leadoff spot and hope Vladdy's going to hit some homers, because this is just demoralizing for this team. I think to come home, potentially have a banged up George, and you're sitting there going, man, we were 6 outs away from having two chances to try and get to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it.
No, listen, I appreciate the call, and you're absolutely right. That is the bottom line. That is absolutely the bottom line. That's what was at stake with this decision. That is exactly what was at stake with this decision.
Yeah.
Sean and Ajax, I just want to go to the text line, Kevin. I recognize the Jays have had a great season, but the way you win and lose games matter. It's not just W's and L's. 50 comeback wins sounds nice, but you got to ask why you had to come back that many times. You also have to ask how and why you lose. This is obviously a game that should not have ended in an L, but those kind of L's are entirely on management. Again, I'm just going to disagree with that. If they had gone with Hoffman and Dominguez and lost this game, we'd be coming on saying, man, Jeff Hoffman and Sir Anthony Dominguez didn't, manager's faith in them was not rewarded. But we can't even say that because the manager does not appear to have faith in them. That's the only thing I can draw from this. And I'm going to keep getting back to this. If turning Cal Raleigh and Jorge Polanco around was going to make them worse, okay, I might buy this. If you were if you were increasing your chances of being successful by making this decision, I might buy it. But you didn't do that. You essentially made them better hitters by having them go to the other side. And there is no world for me where that makes sense, Kevin.
Yeah, you had 2 better arms and you didn't use them. How's that? Well, you tried to use one of them with the bases loaded. You know how that's going to go. Like that, you knew that when he was running out of the pen.
Oh, as soon as Sir Anthony came in,
absolutely.
I didn't think. You know what? I knew there was going to be a minimum 3 runs. I didn't think he'd get a grand slam, but I knew for certain there was going to be 3 runs because Sir Anthony's not going to come in and retire the side in 9 pitches. He's just not.
It's really tough. But a clean inning. I'm taking my chances.
Absolutely.
I'm taking my chance. And me and Jeff Blair aren't going to come on this show and yell and scream. We might pick at a pitcher, one of the two, if they don't throw their slider right or their split finger ain't splitting or where's their velocity at. We might bring that up, but we ain't yelling and screaming at nobody because they used their best.
Yeah.
They got beat and used their 3rd arm out of the pen. It's just, it truly is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It really is.
Now, sometimes the numbers dudes have just got to get out of the way and let the baseball people do their thing.
Good luck.
It has to happen. And I'm hoping that it wasn't the baseball people that, concocted this.
We saw it in game 1, Jeff. We've seen it already.
Yeah. Didn't work then either.
Boom.
Artie in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Doing?
Hey, Artie, what's up, man? Sorry, we missed the start of it. What's up?
Here's the thing. Just so you guys know, so there's some reasoning behind what happened today. There was a bunch of double plays that, only science can really explain because baseball fans cannot really understand why they had to happen today out of all the days. I think this is the greatest team, people since the 92-93 that we have put together as far as overall the heart, the soul, the hitting, the pitching, starters.
Better than 2015? Not a chance in hell.
You have to understand.
Not a chance in hell.
But Blair, you have to understand in 2015, we didn't have all these injuries that we had to overcome. We didn't have to deal with an incompetent manager who pulled what he did today. We were winning games 3-1, and we can't win 3-1. We have to win everything by, we have to score at least 5 runs. 2015, and why I bring this year up is because it came out of nowhere based on last year. And what Vladdy has done in the postseason, the fact that it has been 26 people, because you take away Josh Donaldson from that team, and that team doesn't go anywhere. You could have taken Vladdy out of this team this year, right? And something could have happened. It's just a magical year, but the only thing I can rationally think about is that hockey since the 1920s and basketball since 95, and then you got baseball since 77. That's about 180 plus years of professional sports in the city. We've only won 2 rounds of playoffs, only one time. That is in 2019 when the Raptors pulled it off. And they had a miracle run.
Yes.
And we all know about the shot from Kawhi. And it just, I believe all the luck that we've ever had just literally went to that
shot, that season.
And now we just have to deal with unexplainable mysteries of to me, Pete Walker.
You're very zen, Artie. You're very zen. I like this. I'm not saying this to humor you. I like this call. You're very zen. You're making me feel better tonight.
For me, I look at Pete Walker and I'm like, if you're Pete Walker and you're okaying this move and you're the pitching coach, this is on your watch more than any other person's watch, even Schneider's. Because if I'm Pete Walker, I'm pulling a Scherzer on him and I'm being, hell no. Right? So,
Artie, listen, I hate to, we're up against it here because we're going to say goodbye to the network. I really do appreciate the call, man. I really do. It's well thought out. Thank you for that. And you may be right. Maybe Kawhi used all the luck we have in this city in that shot. I'm hoping not, because there's still a lot of sports to be played in this city. So anyhow, Artie, thank you for the call. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say adios to our friends along the network and thank them for joining us. And if you're listening to us on Sportsnet 590, The Fan in Toronto, or online, please feel free to weigh in. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Do not go anywhere. We'll still poke through the embers of this smoldering tire fire in Seattle. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
Let's start the betting off with 1,200. Do I have 1,200?
North Toronto Auction is going all unreserved and everything will be sold. A huge 2-day public live auction October 24th and 25th. Industrial equipment, light commercial vehicles, cars, trucks, and SUVs, all selling unreserved.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online, but trust us, it's way more exciting in person. Preview the lineup in person October 21st and 24th. View the entire selection at northtorontoauction.com. Everything will be
so.
Why BDC for my business? The timing's right. Everything's in motion. Economy's changing. It's all about automation, AI. So I said to myself, take the plunge. Yes, I need a loan, but I also need a hand from a partner who's truly working with me, helping me no matter what comes next. Not later. Now.
Get ready for what's next. With BDC, you get financing and advice adapted to your projects. Discover how at bdc.ca/financing. BDC. Financing, advising, know-how.
When it comes to the best tool for the job, you know it's black and yellow. DeWalt is here to set the standard, put in the work, and get the job done without compromise. Just like you. If you're proud to work in the trades, Team Black and Yellow is for you. Follow at DeWalt_CA on social to join up.
It's time to spice up your ride at Lexus Downtown's Spice Up Your Ride event. On now till Saturday. You can get a $500 credit to apply with any purchase, including new winter tires. We also have incredible offers, including lease rates as low as 0.9% on the last remaining 2025 RX 350 gas models, plus an additional delivery credit of up to $1,000. Join us at our new state-of-the-art showroom at Queen Street East in the DVP, and let Lexus Downtown spice up your ride.
All right, welcome back to Blue Jays Talk on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. And if you're listening to us online, sportsnet.ca, wherever you're listening to us online.
There you go.
Yeah, it's one of those nights.
You are frustrated today, aren't you?
Well, I am frustrated.
Yeah.
I am frustrated. I hate losing. You know, I told you off air, I'm convinced, right?
Yeah.
If John listens to Schneids and not to John and goes with Hoffman and Sir Anthony or Sir Anthony and Hoffman, they win that game 2-1. All you have to do is get past Cal Raleigh, you're winning the game. I'm serious about that.
I am too.
I absolutely, it felt that way. I think once the Jays took the lead, all I was thinking was, please, John, don't screw it up by doing something stupid like putting Little in. Of course, John went ahead and screwed it up by doing something stupid.
He listened to you.
Putting Little in.
He listened to you.
And listen, this isn't second guessing. This is first guessing. I was first guessing yesterday, right? About this thing about Brendan Little.
There ain't nobody sitting around at 3:30 today going, man, I can't wait to get Little in the 8th inning against the meat of the order with a 1-run lead. There ain't nobody. You can't ask 73 billion people, and not one of them would have went, I'm signing up for that. Not a chance, dude. Maybe the 4th inning, so you can overcome whatever's about to happen. That's too bad.
No, it is. It's too bad because the Jays could be up 3-2, coming home with the chance to wrap it up Sunday. Again, they're coming home.
They can still do it.
You
They're the
got
better
Trey
team,
Savage.
Jeff.
You got Shane Bieber. They are the better team.
I think they are.
You know, boy, if you light a candle for old George tonight, because they do need. They're a better team with George.
You know what scares me though, is they're starting to walk Vladdy. I mean, that puts a lot on Kirky's plate, which is never a good thing.
2 intentional walks tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'd do the same exact thing. I'd never pitch to him.
No,
Kirky beats me. I'm gonna run around the bases with him.
Yeah, well, you might be able to beat him around the bases too.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, no, that really concerns me as well.
Me too.
You know, you get in a position where Dan Wilson feels free to do that, and
that's where you're missing Bo.
Yeah, that's where you're missing Bo.
They couldn't do that if Bo was here.
And again, without Springer, I don't even want to pretend to think what the lineup looks like without Springer. I mean, maybe Ernie goes to the leadoffs. I don't know. I don't know.
He's putting a little duct tape around that thing. He'll play. Believe that.
Yeah, I hope he does. I really do. I really don't want him to lose this series because I want to spend. I don't want to spend the next all winter talking about John Schneider's decision to put Brendan Little in. I just don't. I just don't want to talk about that. I really don't. There's got to be another way to lose it than that.
Especially if he wins Manager of the Year. Look at your face.
Let's hear from Brendan Little.
I mean, obviously it feels terrible. Team battled all game to put us in a position to win, and came in and really couldn't have pitched worse. Wanted to go away, wanted to try to establish a way to Raleigh. Just missed on the first one, and then really wanted to establish that sinker away, and ended up leaving the one that he hit out. Just a little too much of the plate, and then from there just struggled. And then ended up putting Sir in a bad spot, so obviously feels terrible.
Brendan, we just talked to Kevin outside. He mentioned that he stopped by and chatted with you quickly. Have you felt that from your teammates here, and what does that mean to you?
Yeah, no, I mean, they've been great. Really all year. Been a long year. It's been a fun year. So they've been everything, helping pick me up when stuff goes terrible like this. So he was awesome. But honestly, it makes it kind of feel worse, just kind of blowing a great start from him. So, yeah.
Kevin said before, all along, goal was to treat it as a 3-game series, win the series, and know that you're heading back to Toronto. That this team did. Is that something you can take away from these last 3 games here? Is the fact that you get to go back home in a building that you played so well in this season with a chance still to win this series?
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely be the silver lining of it. But no, I mean, I think we're trying to win every game. And we had the chance to do that tonight until obviously I blow it. So it's the silver lining of it. It will be great to go home, but it'd be nice to be up 3-2 rather than down 3-2.
There you go. That is Brendan Little, as you can hear in his voice, and I managed to catch the interview on TV. Yeah, he was pretty emotional.
Yeah, I sucked a lot when I was in the big leagues. I know how it feels. I never gave up what he gave up in the 8th inning in a CS, but I feel for him. Like, it's big league that Kevin Gosman would come over and have a conversation. Every once in a while you need that, but it didn't hide the fact that you just went out there and pitched the way you pitched and you feel like you let your team down. It's hard, man. This game will jump up and bite you in the ass quick. And again, the only silver lining was, Jeff, they knew they needed to come into Seattle and win 2 out of 3 to bring it back home, because they put themselves in a hole because of the first 2 games they lost at home. They got an opportunity to erase this, go home, play with a little energy, get a good start from Trey. You get to Game 7 and anything can happen. I think that's sort of the silver lining in all this. And I do want to say, I personally think they're the better team. They played better baseball. It's just those couple of innings have jumped up to really bite them, and it's hard to overcome.
Yeah, I'm with you completely. I think they are the better team. They get good pitching. I think they'll still win this series. But
for Brendan's sake, I hope so.
For a lot of people's sake, I hope so. Because that is no. Listen, that is.
I'm more about the player than I am the manager.
Yeah, I am too.
And you know how I feel about the manager.
That's the whole Orion Kerkering thing and this. I mean, that is the type of thing. Yeah, that could be career defining, quite frankly, for Brendan Little, at least with the Toronto Blue Jays, because it's a different world. People don't forgive you as quickly as they used to, and that's kind of the way we roll in 2025. People don't forgive people for things. People don't forgive mistakes. They don't. And again, I blame the guy that asked Brendan Little to go out there and do that. It's not like Brendan Little was jumping up and down in the bullpen and going, "John, put me in." I mean, that was a decision that was made. And managers got to put his guys in a position to be their best. And again, I don't know how many people think that Brendan Little's a good call right now in any of these games. I just don't. I don't. And maybe we're all stupid. And the smartest guys in the room are just so much smarter than us.
Absolutely.
Right?
I know they got a setup guy. I know they have a closer. Brendan Little's neither.
Yep. Marcus in Mississauga, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. I just have a question. Do you guys know what time the chartered flight leaves to Toronto?
I have no idea.
No idea.
Okay. Does John Schneider and Brett, do they have to go with, or can they stay in Seattle?
That's mean.
It is mean.
That's mean.
That is mean.
That's mean. And I got to tell you, even if Brendan Little stayed in Seattle, they'd fly him in to pitch him in a game if they really wanted to.
You know what they would? Or they'd ship him to Florida.
Yeah. No. That's not nice. I mean, listen.
Yeah, it's not nice.
Well, it's not nice, but I mean, thanks for the call, Marcus. I mean, I guarantee you that, Marcus, people are pissed. People are pissed.
Yeah, they are.
They chance to win this series. Here's the thing that happens when a whole bunch of people are watching your team, when whatever it is, 4.7 million a night in Canada or whatever the hell the numbers are, when everybody's watching the team and everybody gets excited about the team and everybody's buying your merch and everybody thinks you're the kings of the world and everything, you know what the flip side of that is? When you suck, they'll turn on you right away.
Yeah.
They'll turn on you right away. There are times in the year when you can suck. You can suck on June 28th. You can suck on July 19th. You can suck on May 20th. You cannot suck in Game 5 of the ALCS.
Well, hopefully before everybody turns on them, wait until the season's over.
That would be good.
Wait until they lose 4 games before you turn on them. They still got a good team. They're still coming home. They actually did their job. I know this is a tough loss.
They did. They took 2 or 3, and
they did exactly what they were supposed to do.
Right. It just doesn't feel like it tonight.
It doesn't. You're exactly right.
Because tonight it feels like they lost the series. They haven't.
When you're right.
They haven't.
They have not.
But
it feels pitching on Sunday. He's going to strike a bunch of people out, give the lineup a chance. I really do believe that.
Todd in Portland, Maine. One of my favorite places, by the way, Portland,
It is
Maine.
beautiful. I played there.
I love
Triple A.
Portland, Maine. Go ahead, Todd.
How's it going? So I just wanted to bring up, as much as I disagree with the Brendan Little decision, I also think that when George Springer, if it was pre-planned to bring in Brandon Little, I think when George Springer went down, there should have been a little bit more urgency to possibly go with Dominguez or Hoffman.
Mm-hmm.
But more than anything, the 2 for 11 in scoring runners in scoring position, I think, is what cost us the game. And then in addition to that, I also want to ask you guys if you guys will take Maine as the 11th province of Canada.
Oh, yeah, I'd take Maine.
With a lot of things that are going on.
Oh, yeah, come on up
in the U.S.
here.
right now are a little crazy, Jeff.
Yeah, come on up here. But you'd have to do me a favor. You'd have to bring Vermont with you.
I'll bring Vermont with me.
Then it's a deal.
I went to college there, so I'd love to do that.
There you go. You can bring Vermont, especially. I think it's John's Pizza. Hopefully it's still around.
You and food.
John's Pizza was great, man.
Huh.
Burlington, it was tremendous. Yes, you can come up here. We may even make a trade. We may give you Alberta in future considerations.
I'll take it, whatever it takes to get in there.
Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the call. I'm just kidding. I love my Alberta folks.
They were 2 for 11, but Jeff, you do know they were leading 2-1 in the 8th inning.
Well, and we haven't even really talked about the game. I mean, a couple of
Did they play a game?
A couple of line drives, a couple of balls hit by Ernie Clement. That wasn't a line drive. I want to talk about that in a minute, but I'm talking about Jimenez hitting into the double play, and the Ernie Clement play. And I love having Caleb on. It's funny when Ernie, and what I'm talking about is bases loaded, Ernie's up.
Yeah.
He hits into a 2-3 double play.
Yeah.
And Caleb comes on and talks about, how they wet down home plate and everything like that. And I laughed because it's nice to know that that's still a thing, because we always used to talk about going to places like Wrigley Field and how they'd cut the grass, right?
Shorter,
seriously,
or taller, or whatever.
Seriously, this is a true story. When Mel Rojas signed as a free agent with the Cubs, he's a forkball.
Yeah.
They told him that if you come and play for us, games that you pitch, we will leave the grass higher.
Nice.
For you.
There you go.
And so stuff like that, because I just thought that was fascinating, because I watched that ball. I mean, a lot of places, Kevin, that ball, that at least bounces a little bit. It doesn't just sink in the quicksand, no?
Yeah, I played 16 years. I can't remember when that ever happened.
Where it just stopped like that.
Yeah, I've never, that's you couldn't roll it like that.
No.
Like you couldn't take your hand and physically roll it.
No.
And it landed the way it landed, and Cal called it before it went foul. Like all the little things that could happen today happened.
And that was a big, I'm not criticizing Ernie, but that was a huge play.
Oh, that was huge.
It was a huge
play. Ernie made up for it by getting the single, Kirky scoring. Give Kirky credit. He got a good jump. He ran a good route. He forced Carlos to make a decision, where the right fielder had to go, how much he had to run, where he was throwing it from, how much force he had behind his throw. Kirky was giving it all. It's just a shame. Like you heard it in Brendan's. Well, for Brendan's sake, I hope the team comes back and wins, and people can forget about this and laugh about it in a couple of weeks.
George or not, we're heading back to the native soil. I don't know what happened in the first 2 games of this series. The lights are too bright, or the hangover lasted too long. But on home turf, we're the best team in the league. Let's go get 2 more.
I like it.
I like that. Like Charles from Minnesville, this decision to bring in Little is going to go right up there with the decision to pull Barrios out of the Minnesota game in the playoffs. I disagree. I think this is worse. And Lauren in Ottawa, what did Lauer do to the Blue Jays to not only be demoted from the bullpen, but not even be used very much in that role either?
That's fair.
Surely he would have been better than bringing in Little if he wanted the lefty. It's an interesting thought.
See, Lauer throws strikes with multiple pitches.
Yeah.
He's not going to beat himself. I think that's so's Fluharty, the former baseball player, as bad as I stunk in the big leagues. I can sort of feel what he's going through, not to the extent that he's feeling as bad as he feels to let his team down in such a big game. But, it's just when you stink, you stink. It's just for him to come out and own it like that.
Yeah, I got to say this, though. You know,
I hope people don't hate him forever.
No, I'm going to say this, though. You know what? It is remarkable how many guys do own things like that. And I am going to say that, and that is a credit to him. But Ryan Kerkering, same thing. One of the things I've noticed by and large with baseball players is generally, I mean, there are guys who are jackasses.
Yeah.
But generally, dudes will own it. And that's, you know, that's to their credit as people.
Yeah. Here's a question for you. I think we had Jason Stark on. He said you'd have to trade Kerkering.
Yeah.
Is Brendan Little in that mix?
No. Well, first of all, I don't know if you'd get anything for him.
I mean, it's not. That's not the point.
Boy, you know what?
Not tomorrow, but you know what I'm saying?
No.
Like,
yeah, I don't know.
How will home fans react if he comes running out of the bullpen in the 6th inning?
Well, they won't be happy, but I don't know. I'm trying to think. Has Toronto has there recently been a Blue Jays player we've kind of run out of town for something? I can't remember. They haven't been in the playoffs.
Not on the baseball team.
Serious situation. That's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought. I mean, I hope not.
Me either, because he's a good dude.
And he, you know, there were times this year where he was effective. It's just I don't want to see him right now.
68 1/3 he threw.
Yeah, I don't want to see him right now.
They threw his arm off.
Yes, and I don't want to see him anymore. No disrespect to him. I do not want to see him the rest of the postseason.
That's fair. Gabriel
and Etobicoke, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hi, Jeff and Kevin. Thank you for taking my call. Just wanted to say it's such a treat to have Jeff. You're a legend on the radio, man. I've been listening to you for years, and
you still keep coming back. Thank you.
I do, man. Every time, like when you're having one of those days, I tune into you, and it's like you really make our day, man. And Kevin, I couldn't say anything more. You compliment Jeff in so many ways. You guys are just like Batman and Robin.
He's the peanut butter to my jam.
You got it.
Thanks, man. It's nice.
Just wanted to say with Schneider, you know, like I think we all know by now, like his biggest nemesis is himself. He's got his own character. He's going to live and die by his calls. We've gone this far with him, and we have to trust and believe in him. He has made questionable calls, like you guys have said, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, people do make mistakes. I think tonight it's clear that you know he slipped one by. When it comes to relievers, I think there's not much trust right now. And Brandon Little and other guys, Mason Flaherty, like those two guys seem to be very shaky when they come in. It was clear to me, like many others, that tonight he should have gone with Hoffman. You got to roll the dice. You got to go with your big guy, but you live and learn, and we got to back him up. And at the end of the day, you know, we hope. I don't know I think it's his decision at the end of the day. You know, we can speak about Pete Walker, but the ultimate decision is Schneider who makes the call on that decision. Mm-hmm. So we hope he learns. And, you know, all I have to say is got to ask you guys, like going into this, you know, the next two games, you know, we got to roll with the starters as far as we can go. Do you bring it? Is it possible that, you know, like the relievers right now are a little bit shaky? Do you bring in a Scherzer? Or can you change it up? What are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you do if we're going into a 7th, 8th inning? Right now, it just feels like the last thing you want to do is pass it on to a reliever. Like, it comes down to that. You're very nervous. Everybody senses that, right? Yeah. So, like, what do you do if we're going to the next game and, you know, we roll, the starter can go 7th, 8th inning? Who comes in at this point? Just want to know your thoughts. And lastly, this question's for Kevin. Which you've played the game. To me, it looked like Brian Wu. That seems to me was like a dirty pitch. I don't know, but the fact that there was no warning or anything, it looked to me like it was a dirty intentional pitch, but I may be wrong. Huh. Thank you, guys, and I enjoy your talk.
Thanks,
awesome. Gabriel. Yeah, I'm not sure about the intentional. I know it does a power sinker. I know you got to pitch George in. Like, you know, he's older guy. Older guys get pitched in with power. Like, that's just the nature of reality, right? Is the older you get, the harder they throw to you. And they're going to try and go hard in, soft away. That's basically, you know, pitching 101. I just think he's tried to start it in a certain lane and it moved too much.
He hasn't pitched in 28.
Yeah,
28 days.
And I think he's getting under the ball a little bit. Sometimes he gets under the ball, runs a little bit more than it should be running. So I'm going to say I don't think it looked to me like it was on purpose. Did it look to you like any intention? I didn't even think of it.
I didn't even think of it.
Like normally you could sort of how the catcher would act, sort of that kind of thing. It just didn't seem like they were.
No, and if I hit him, I've got Vladdy coming up after.
Nathan Lucas has been really good.
No, I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know who they pitch tomorrow or Sunday. Do you? Chris Bassett, I would assume, would be in the mix at least earlier in the game. 6th and 7th inning, I'm thinking Louis Varland. I'm assuming that's their dude. At least in that part of the game.
Are you surprised that they haven't used Eric Lauer more? Like, I understand the guy started much of the year and all that, but you put him in the bullpen.
I think he has a role, and it's not the 8th inning. And I think that's what they're thinking, right? I think his role is sort of bridging it. If your starter's not great, you bridge it depending on what lane you're in. Boy, I love that word, lane. What lane you're in, you know, how many lefties, what bat path fits the slider down and away, like all the things that go into, you know, getting the fullest out of Eric Lauer. I don't know. I just know whenever a guy's very erratic and not predictable, like Brandon Little, I just don't know how you bring him in up a run in the 8th inning. I don't know how that's how you scripted it in your mind on the bus on the way to the field. That's just the confusing part of me, especially when you had your closer who is throwing harder. Stuff has been better. You saw him basically dominate the meat of the order yesterday. And Sir Anthony's been really good. Nobody would ever yell and scream. We'd pick at either one of them if they didn't get it done, but they ain't nobody yelling and screaming. And just this move I just get back to that. The team as a whole deserves better. Hopefully they can overcome this mentally. They have before this year. They've grinded through some things, you know, figured out some losing streaks, figured out how to be their best in big moments. Hopefully that happens at 8:03 on Sunday night and they can win a game and go to Game 7. And then when Game 7 shows up, it's gloves off.
Ernie Clement was asked about the mood around the team after the 6-2 loss tonight and taking 2 of 3 from the Seattle Mariners, going back home to Toronto with, got to remember this, a chance to still win the series.
Ernie, how are you feeling about this team going back to Toronto now?
It's right where we want to be. That was kind of our goal coming here, get back to Toronto. Obviously, we wanted this game to go a little different, but I think we're in a great spot. I would say we're in a great spot. We got a chance. That's all we need.
Do you feel like when you play like that, it creates an opportunity for the other team to also play like that?
Yeah, always does. Always does. Defense, you know, leads to offense in many ways. So definitely a game of momentum. And, you know, they made a nice play and made some nice adjustments to the plate there.
In the bottom of the 8th, when you're out there, none of you guys, there's nothing anybody can do when there's walks, hit batters. What's the feeling like that on defense when you're seeing it happen?
Yeah, it feels a little helpless. You know, obviously you want to make plays for your guys on the mound, obviously. And we were ready to do so, but, you know, just didn't go our way. That's all.
All right, that is Ernie Clement, very measured, and again reminding people that he is right. The job going into Seattle was to win 2 of 3 and bring it back to Toronto. You were not going to win the series in Seattle; you could only lose it. So, in that case, I guess mission accomplished.
Yeah, look, it's a mental thing now. Like it's just you know, again, there'll always be that little cloud over who's John going to. When's he going to him? Like you know, it's sort of the reality now. Like it's, you know, you're holding your breath of whoever he goes to. You hope he goes to, you know, whatever happened to having a setup guy and a closer. Like, you know, It's okay to lean on 2 dudes that you like, that you've noticed are really good no matter how much they face the meat of the order or whatever else. So, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wishful thinking.
I think you get to the point in the playoffs where you got a lot of people all doing the same thing. Hey, I mean, everybody's trying to justify their existence. You know that as well as I do. Everybody's got an idea. There's nothing else to do. It's the only game in town. You're not preparing for anything else. There's no draft or no trades coming up there. None of that. You're not going after free agents. You got 1,000 dudes sitting around the underground city thinking, what can I do to help? And sometimes you get too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, not all them people are having to answer for the move that look like, you don't know what you're doing.
Kevin Gausman started tonight, pitched awfully well, and he was asked about the taking 2 of 3 from the Mariners. And, of course, because now we start to look ahead to Game 6 and, if you're a Jays fan, Game 7, what his availability might be for Game 7.
I mean, we did our job here. We came here. A lot of us were talking. It's a 3-game series. We got to win this series to go back to Toronto, and we did. Tough loss, obviously, to lose the way we did. But these guys are resilient, and there's no other group I believe in more than these guys in that room. So I know they're going to come out, ready to go for Game 6, and hopefully we can force a Game 7.
You talked at all with John about maybe your availability coming up bullpen for Game 6 or Game 7? Is that something you discussed with him?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be ready for Game 6, but Game 7 I'll be ready to go. I'll be out there, cleated up, ready to go.
There you go, Kevin Gausman, cleated up and ready to go for Game 7.
It's not over till it's over, Jeff.
No. That's...
You're not buying that. I saw your face. I need you to change your attitude.
I'm buying it.
Get on board with there's going to be a Game 7. They're going to be...
Well, there better be a Game 7. That's all I can say. There better be a Game 7. A lot of people in this city are praying for Game 7. A lot of people in that chart are playing for Game 7. Some of the folks sitting up front in the charter, too, are praying for Game 7. Trust me about that. 6-2, the Blue Jays have lost the Seattle Mariners. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road. Just like a great playoff baseball team, Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
Full count, 1 out, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the splitter low, and with a little bit of help, Kevin Gausman punches out Polanco 2 down in the bottom of the first. Eugenio Suarez to the plate, 1 out, the pitch. And Suarez Jackson, left field, and Lucas in a run back to the wall. It's gone. Eugenio Suarez with a solo home run in the bottom of the second, and the Mariners take the lead in Game 5 of the ALCS, 1-0. It's been a long at-bat, 7 pitches seen by Rivas. Here's pitch 8. And he got him. Swing and a miss on a splitter below the zone. Gausman strikes out Rivas, but the Mariners strike for the first run of the game. Eugenio Suarez launches a solo home run on a fastball over the middle, and Seattle leads 1-0 as we go to the third. Ollie swings the bat below his knees twice and then brings it up to his left shoulder. 1 out, base is empty. The payoff pitch. He got him. Kevin Gausman strikes out Cal Raleigh, fighting back from down 3-0 to set him down on a splitter. 2 outs. Gausman offers. And he got him. He did triple up on the splitter. The pitch in the dirt. Kirk applies the tag. And that ends the bottom of the third. A really nice bounce back inning for Gausman. 1-2-3. Punching out Raleigh and Polanco to keep it 1-0 Mariners. We head to the fourth. It's 2-0 with Barger on second. The pitch. Springer hits it high and deep. Left center field. Rodriguez sprinting back at the wall. It's off the base of the fence. Into score Barger. Springer into second. They pitch to him, and he delivers with a game-tying double. Springer slapping his hands down on second. It's 1-1 in the top of the fifth.
That's a mistake. Off the bat, George Springer actually thought that he got that ball. But with that base open at first base, you have to be careful with a guy like George Springer. Like I said, Nathan Lucas is swinging the bat well, but he's not George Springer. You be careful with George Springer, and if you end up walking him, move on to the next guy. That's a big mistake from the Seattle Mariners pitching staff.
The 1-1. Clement flips a line drive to shallow right center, a base hit. Kirk around third. He'll get the wave. Throw from can zone, way up the line. Kirk scores. Clement into second. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the sixth. Ernie delivers, and Kirk on his horse to give the Blue Jays the lead.
That was a last-second decision from third base coach Carlos Fablis. He was watching how right fielder Dominic Canzone would field that baseball. It wasn't a clean fielding job by him out there. He was looking towards second base when he fielded it. Carlos Fablis waves Alejandro Kirk home, and he actually got home pretty easily for the second run of the ball game for the Toronto Blue Jays.
2-1 Blue Jays, 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the sixth. The 2-1 pitch. And it's off the end of the bat, a bouncer to third. Clement charges to grab it, throws across to first. Big pitch, and a fist pump by Louis Varland. He strands a pair to keep the Blue Jays in front. Varland's pitch. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Appeal to third, he got him. Doug Eddings rings up Dominic Canzone. And Canzone just walks back to the dugout instead of trying to go down to first on the drop third strike. There's one out. Varland's 1-2. He got him, stuck with the curve in the dirt, tag applied by Kirk, and the seventh is in the books. Louis Varland punches out 2 in a 1-2-3 inning, and the Blue Jays charge into the eighth, leading 2-1 in Game 5 of the championship series. Spire facing Ernie Clement, and lefty's pitch. Clement smokes it out to left field. Arozarena going back on the warning track, reaches for the fence, leaps. It is caught. Randy Arozarena with home run robbery. Played it off nonchalant until he flipped it back in. And who knows how large that will loom in this game. I think that gets over the wall, maybe off the top of the fence. If Arozarena doesn't bring it in instead, it's an incredible play for the second out of the inning. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field and deep. Straw curling on the warning track. Reaching for the fence. He leaps and it's gone. Cal Raleigh ties it with a solo home run, and it's madness in Seattle. Fell behind 2-0. The sinker was right over the middle, and Raleigh, holding the trident in his left hand, hits his fourth home run of the postseason. We got a new game with no outs in the bottom of the eighth. Polanco on third, Naylor second, Arozarena first. Another 2-2. And it's lifted out to right and deep. Racing back, Lucas, looking up at the fence. It's gone. A grand slam. Eugenio Suarez with his second long ball of the game. And the Mariners blasted wide open. They lead 6-2. Munoz set. 0-2 pitch. Hit off the mound, a bouncer to short. Crawford gloves. He'll throw to first. It bounces, dug out by Naylor. And the Mariners win the game. They come back late and win 6-2 over the Blue Jays to take a 3-2 series lead.